All right.
Oh my god, I just realized, you guys, I have 13 hit points.
Yeah, we haven't slept yet, so Gabe and I are gonna try very hard not to fuck us all over so we can sleep in the camp still.
I have 22 hit points because I got all but 10 back.
Luckily, we have the 3 most persuasive people in our party right here watching this happen, so...
Yes.
Very persuasive.
It's like a weird thing going on with the camera, but you gotta like scoot back a little bit.
Oh.
My persuasion is only 3. I'm not that persuasive. I'm just
the damn
chilling.
camera. All right.
+9 to persuasion, y'all.
So, all right. I think we're officially live. So I labeled this stream Episode 1 of Redux Cosmic War Crimes because this is going to take an interesting new direction. Also, for anyone watching on Twitch, if my volume is a little low, just let me know. We're trying a new audio setup. This is the fixed audio. It makes me, I think, a little quiet at first. Might have turned your volume up a little bit, but we've cut out, I think, most of the background noise. So for anyone watching on Twitch, please let me know if I'm not loud enough, and I can boost the volume up on the settings just a little bit.
You sound pretty good from what I can hear. I muted myself so I could listen.
Oh, good. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Rory. So everyone, welcome back to another episode of Crystal Coven Chimeras, Tomb of Annihilation. Yeah! we have taken this campaign in a completely different direction. There are NPCs that I have had like up there are NPCs and storylines that I've had kind of floating in the ether, maybe hoping that you would stumble across. You have now put yourself in a position where you have shined a beacon to certain NPCs to come and find you and talk to you. So some of these really cool things that were up floating in the ether, you have now drawn directly towards you. And I think you'll know it when you see it. So,
lovely.
Yes. That being said, welcome back, everyone, to another CCC stream, Triple C stream. When we last left off, and everyone's officially level 4, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, level 4. So, I'm gonna do a recap for everyone else, just to catch everyone up. So you are the Crystal Coven Chimeras Mercenary Company, which is an affiliate of the Zhentarim, run by Lady Moonfire from Loudwater, as a part of Moonfire Acquisitions and Holdings Incorporated. Moonfire Acquisitions and Holdings Incorporated. As Zhentarim-affiliated mercenaries, you have been sent by Lady Moonfire, who, in the course of our homebrew, which spans our Faerun 5e homebrew, which spans 3 campaigns, one of which is streamed, Lady Moonfire, in the Battle for Loudwater, again, homebrew, was killed by the then Lords Alliance, now the Dawn Viper Concord, in the battle between the Zhentarim and the Zhentalar. Lady Moonfire had been resurrected and had started suffering strange symptoms of which were able to be traced back to a mysterious device in the jungles of Chult, known only as the Soulmonger, which seems to be siphoning the souls of the dead in Faerun towards the jungles of Chult. You are in a limited timer, so I want to remind everyone that as well. So I might have to have people start making rolls, or me making rolls, behind the scenes for people that have died in the 3 homebrews, as the Soulmonger is starting to kind of slowly suck their souls towards the center and use them of all their energy. What this device is and what it's doing, no one knows. You went into the jungles of Chult, you landed at Port Nyanzaru after a naval encounter at sea, with which the dragon turtle that lived in the bay had destroyed your Lord's Alliance pursuers, mostly Flaming Fist forces from Fort Balarian in Chult. You had come across a few guides, a half-orc cleric who you had escorted to the camp that you're currently in, and a guide named Salida, who you just caught a shimmer of scales in the sunlight with your natural 20, I think, or for the perception check. out of several previously not good enough perception checks, you did get one natural 20 that allowed you to see just a shimmer of scales of Solida in the light. Otherwise, she seems trustworthy enough, like she's just trying to recover artifacts of her people, the ancient people of Chult. You, again, helped the half-orc cleric return to, the Order of the Gauntlet, return to her home base here in the jungles of Chult at Camp Righteous, inside of which you learned of some of the things that the other two campaigns were doing, the non-streaming campaigns, and about the cessation of hostilities between the Zhentarim and the Lord's Alliance, with the Zhentarim emerging victorious in the war that had spanned the course of about a year and a half, physical year and a half in our world. In Faerun, it spanned the course of, I think, from March to September. I know the months are called something different in Faerun, but just to avoid confusion, I've just been using the Gregorian calendar. So, you found out about a new faction that had emerged from the ashes of the Lord's Alliance called the Dawn Viper Concord, with the remnants of the Harpers and the Order of the Gauntlet, and the Lord's Alliance reforming under one banner, Dawn Viper Concord, led by Sir Jameson Arator. Again, this is an ex-homebrew campaign. It's a module ex-homebrew campaign. Sir Jameson Arator, also known as the People's Sword, or the Swordsman of Sorrow, the People's Blade, or the Swordsman of Sorrow, a hero amongst the common people. He has taken control of this new faction and has mobilized Force Grey against the adventurers in all three campaigns, which is information that you have discovered across the other two campaigns, but also in retrieving sensitive correspondence from just some sleight of hand and some investigation and some interesting diplomacy here in Camp Righteous. As the divide in Camp Righteous grew wider, you found out that the Dawn Viper Concord Order of the Gauntlet soldiers are, more often than not, or at least in this camp, zealots, crusaders, holy warriors fighting a holy war against the Zhentarim, to which some of the less zealotous Order of the Gauntlet clerics and paladins and knights chose to obey the command of Lady Ava the Indomitable. Again, homebrew. And I want to say it every time I bring up a major new character. This was we're doing a main recap. Lady Ava the Indomitable, the Shield of Lathander, who had officially signed the peace treaty between the Zhentarim and the Order of the Gauntlet. Sir Jameson Arator, however, operating out of Silvery Moon, had other plans. The commander of this particular camp in Chult had chosen to throw his lot in with the Dawn Viper Concord. So you had an interesting scenario wherein you and your allies knew that you were, or at least your allies in the camp knew you were Zhentarim, but also very much respected this woman known as Lady Ava the Indomitable, the Shield of Lathander. And it is not a title that I just made up for cool factor. She earned that title, and she is extremely well respected amongst the Order of the Gauntlet. However, as in most historical wars, there's always several who want to continue the fight in any way possible. And in this circumstance, there are several thousand. So there is definitely a fighting chance for the Dawn Viper Concord, with all of their new allies that they have come across in the other campaigns, some of which will be revealed in time to you, as you're kind of in an isolated pocket down in Chult. But in the process of burying or preparing the bodies for cremation, actually, after a fight had ensued in Camp Righteous between you and your allies within the camp who had chosen to stay loyal to the word of Lady Ava in Waterdeep, and those who chose to follow Sir Jameson Arator, the Dawn Viper Concord. You emerged victorious after a bloody and sorrowful battle where brother fought against brother, kin against kin, and vice versa, sister against sister. It was a very emotionally charged fight, but towards the end, our warlock and our dark paladin chose to open the book that they had received at the beginning of the campaign. The book that our paladin has never once before opened, as he had been told not to, as the book contained a dark essence, a dark energy, a dark power that was not to be trifled with. Having possession of this tome alone be enough to empower a paladin the rest of their life. However, after this incident at Camp Righteous, our paladin and our warlock chose to open the tome, after which, this was a bonus session, they were sucked into the extra-dimensional flying fortress sanctum of the Lich Lord Vecna. The book, which the paladin was never supposed to open, which was intentionally sealed by his family, was the Tome of Vecna, and our warlock and our paladin were transported to the flying fortress of Vecna in the cosmos, to which they had an epic battle of fate between the warlock's patron, the Great Old One, in this case specifically, for those of you who are fans of Lovecraftian horror, this is Mynoghra, one of the Eldritch Mothers, or the Eldritch Sister, depending on who you ask, or what your interpretation of Lovecraft. There's a lot of fan interpretations, which I love, because I love the flexibility of Lovecraft, and how it can be a little interchangeable, and you can kind of interpret it in your own ways, cosmic horror, that sort of thing, between Mynoghra and her siblings out in the void, beyond the void, the old gods converging upon several worlds, including Faerun. And the man who alleges he is the only thing that can stop the eldritch horrors from turning the entire multiverse into an abomination, into a horrific nightmare of writhing mass and growth and tentacles and dark shadowy things. Very anime. So this cosmic battle ensued, wherein the paladin, after his not quite a defeat, but humbling towards the end of the scenario, was granted a power. The power to resurrect or revive or raise the dead, but not as true resurrection, or not to whence they to whence they were, but in the form of undead zombies, so to speak, ghouls, ghasts, that sort of thing.
Yikes!
So our paladin decided to try out the new power on the fallen corpses of these holy warriors, and that's where we're gonna pick it up for this week.
Fair.
I would like.
What it would do.
In Trey's defense, didn't fucking know he could do that.
Trey was Trey, and I'm very excited to see some things happen.
You received a blessing of one of the archliches in the Tomb of Heroes, in Vecna's Flying Fortress.
This one happens to raise.
Listen, Reese is disappointed in you.
Excuse me. Okay, first of all, Marquise Mayrain, Queen of Gold. Okay, badass bitch. I'm glad I got that blessing. Okay.
So,
second of all, Alary, please help.
So the zombies started to move, and the very last thing we did at the end of the session was Trey commanded them to remain still, but they're still slowly kind of writhing slightly in atop the the funeral pyre, which has been erected here. It's not a properly elevated funeral pyre. It's very roughshod, very thrown together. So kind of you hear a slight shift in the wood as one of the bodies just kind of writhes and moves. You hear the clanking of wood together.
Now, SC, I had a question.
I have an answer.
So, at the end of the last fight, did we get a short rest?
I think so.
Cool.
I'll say yes, because I believe we did.
4 options. My second question is, upon seeing Trey light these corpses up and like bring them back, could I potentially use prestidigitation to light a small campfire and set them ablaze a little bit?
Okay.
Just to, like, they're on a campfire, right? I just want to make it go a little faster.
Okay. So you cast prestidigitation. You begin to light the fire, and you hear like a and kind of a groaning. And what do? Do you intensify the flames?
So yeah, it's already on fire, right? Like they've already lit it. They're doing their thing, right?
They have not lit it yet.
Oh, I thought you said they lit it.
No, they had not yet lit the fire. They were trying to gather for a ceremony.
I see. I redact what I said then. I thought it was already a flame.
Oh no. They have not yet began. They would like to do a ceremony to honor the dead, which they have not yet done.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
Valerie, Troy's gonna kind of just grab Valerie and walk away. And then wait, hold on. I'm gonna like drag Valerie back to like the crates, right? Sit them down. Then like kind of get up really quickly, right? It's cause like he's tall, so like it might bring attention to him. He's gonna turn around and be like, "What the fuck?" And I'll just blast one of the zombies.
Valerie will play along. Valerie is gonna say under his breath, "Give it your best shot, guys." What's going on here? How?
Make a deception check, both of you, at advantage.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up.
As you're working together.
17 and 22.
Okay. As you start Eldritch blasting the corpses, and from around the side of the tent, because the funeral pyre has cut off some of the access here, you just hear a, "What's happening?" And Undril runs around the other side of the tent and over towards the commotion. The hell's this going on?
They started moving.
Nim legitimately goes, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, Reese legitimately goes like, "Oh my god, bro."
So they just started moving, and
like, well, guess they're undead now.
There's undead.
Undril just, "The undead are here! The undead are here!" And you hear a bell start to ring on top.
I thought this camp was protected from the undead.
Did you actually say that?
Yes.
It's just like, I did too! And everyone kind of draws their weapon and kind of starts rushing over towards these bodies. No rolls necessary, but as a slew of arrows and spiritual weapons and radiant holy fire just begin to and then the slashing and hacking as your newfound compatriots just make their way over towards the commotion and do everything they can to quell the undead, which they do because you gave the undead command to be still. Eventually, after several minutes, because the zombies have recovery and they can roll con saves, they keep and they're writhing, but they're not really putting effort into it as you had commanded them not to. But after several minutes of this holy fire and these sprays of arrows and flourishes of blades, finally an exhausted, emotionally drained and ravaged camp, just out of breath, just stands over this funeral pyre and is just out of breath, gasping, and you just hear Undril say, "What the fuck?"
Valerie is gonna hold Trey and move to that. We're gonna be in the back. We've been helping, but we're not gonna say nothing.
Nim just goes, "Man, the wildest thing. We were just chilling here, and those fuckers started moving."
I know, we were all just chilling, taking a fucking breather. And then out of the corner of our eye, this fucking dude starts moving, and I was like, oh no, maybe it's just like they're shifting because like they're in a pile. But no.
What the hell?
Y'all are the worst people. Not,
we're not the good group, all right? We're like neutral at best.
Yes.
not you as people, but your characters.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm chaotic.
neutral party.
We
Yes,
as a Tara.
but I
We're
love
all
it.
chaotic.
I love it.
A little chaotic.
I only know how to play chaotic.
Same.
Same.
Well, everyone is just thoroughly shocked and appalled and horrified, and then you just hear Undril.
Maybe we should start the pyre a little quicker now.
Yes, Undril just says, it starts to just tear up as tears just begin streaming down her face, and just starts hacking at one of the zombies and just screaming, saliva kind of coming out of her mouth. And she says, "It wasn't enough! It wasn't enough!" And just kind of slamming down the blade into one of the zombie corpses. Tears again just continuing to stream down her face, and she just and just throws her blade into the distance, just chucks it behind all of you, and just kicks over one of the crates and just burn the damn bodies.
Trey's gonna approach and try to reach his hand very slowly to Undril's shoulder and be like, "Hey, it's okay. They're gone now. Chill."
She just,
I get it.
don't. As out of breath, just kind of panting over here in the distance as this rush of true Order of the Gauntlet, I suppose, just kind of makes their way over and immediately begins lighting the pyre ablaze. After several minutes, a roaring fire engulfs the pyre itself, and there is a massive heat source coming from the center as you hear these high-pitched hisses coming from bodies of the zombies that had recently been slain.
After that, Trey's just gonna just walk towards Allery. Just kind of put his hands like that.
I'm just gonna casually
Allery,
walk
keep your
over to
head
Trey, Allery, and be like, "Hey, what the fuck?"
Allery in Trey's head is saying, "I cannot believe you've done this." And
It's
then
true.
Allery will say aloud to Elle, "We have so many things to talk about, but we should respect the dead and
Yes,
rest
definitely.
for the evening, you know, we'll talk about it in the
Once we
morning."
leave this camp, you're explaining everything.
Oh, of course, we're friends. We explain things to friends.
Yeah,
Allery,
I would
Allery,
also
you're not
like an
getting out of
explanation.
this. I
James
just
is gonna
Reese
walk up and
puts
be like,
Reese
"That
puts
was
her
weird."
shoulder just Reese puts her hand on your shoulder, honestly, just very menacingly. Like, you're not getting out of explaining what is going on.
Allery has the worst god complex right now. I don't know if you're threatening or not.
No.
It's a threat.
Cosmic eldritch being the likes of which no man can like comprehend, right? That, oh yeah, we choose you. You're our champion. Like, how do you not ride that high for at
Reese
least?
is gonna
I
like
mean,
kind of slightly chuckle at Reese. Just like look at her and be like
You know the like genie moment, genie of the lamp, like all this eldritch power. Itty living space. That's what Allery is, the itty bitty living space.
Yeah, kind of the same with Trey because his deity now is in possession of an army of undead and constructs that is traversing the
I'm
cosmos.
just gonna glare at Trey, and I'm like, I cannot deal with you two right now.
Lim's just gonna like rub
Hey, Eryn,
their temples.
Yes.
is Trey's axe still glowing, like with the black energy, or did it go away?
It is not. It is no longer
Probably for
glowing.
the best.
Yes. Well,
Well, I can only do that again in like 6 days.
Undril is just beside herself and is just sulking in a corner, just in shock and horror as the funeral pyre just, and so is the rest of the camp. The rest of the camp has just kind of gathered and is just standing in stunned silence.
Worst
just
case scenario,
horrified.
It's a cautionary tale for the future. They're going to immediately burn their bodies now. I don't see a downside to what we've done. They're extra cautious now.
Reese, I'm gonna back you up just
Valerie.
a tad.
What happened to respecting the dead?
Allery did not say any of this. There's no horrific British accent in my voice. This was not in for Allery.
That was solely Emma.
This is solely Emma.
Trey's gonna just stare into the fire, just be like,
Allery's gonna look at Nim and say, hey, Nim, you got any, like, religious tunes?
All of you simultaneously receive a message in your head. Well, isn't this amusing? And we were certainly concerned when you stepped foot into our little bit of a pause in between some parts of the spell, obviously sending a message. You were concerned when you first stepped foot into our realm, into Acererak's territory, but this is most amusing. I consider it a gift from the Sown Sisters that we do not pervade your dreams with nightmares. If you're to continue on this path, you may yet be of service to the Lord of Riches himself. We look forward to our next meeting, acolytes.
The fucking night hag!
The night hag is fucking. I cannot believe.
Is this the type of
goddamn lit.
message we can respond to?
Yes. You can all
Nim
technically
literally
respond.
Nim just says, sorry, wrong number.
Reese
What's the
literally
number?
just responds, "Fuck you."
fuck.
Fuck you.
Allery's gonna have just white noise in their head, like, oh no, I've already made Mama nightmare mad once. And I'm sure
Allery.
she's confused. Dude's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Allery, you feel a sense of validation from your patron as all this is happening. And almost a whisper, that whispered, hushed feminine voice that just says, you see, this is the kind of horror that the servants of death will seed upon the world. There is only one solution.
Is she trying to fucking preach me back onto her side? Does she think I'm turning sides? That's hilarious.
You feel a sense of validation, as if you seeing what had happened here and the suffering that it caused, and the fact that the Sown Sisters, the Night Hags, have now reached out to you in a friendly, amused manner, almost calling you acolytes.
Friendly?
Yes.
Allery is gonna open up their spell book, their grimoire,
Okay.
and in it, just write a note like, I don't know how to contact you. I, of course, am still your loyal servant. But I will be working with these guys for a while. My life is in grave danger otherwise.
Fair enough. All right. You scroll
And
that.
yeah.
You scroll that into your journal.
Yeah.
You feel
Nim some Tej. Oh, sorry.
you feel a cool breeze behind you, as if to be affirmation or validation or a response,
Fair enough.
before it dissipates.
Do I he's
Straight
gonna
from the
kind of-
gallon, too. Like,
Same.
just
Me and
Tej from the
Nick are just
gallon.
drinking. We're like,
We're sharing my gallon.
All right,
of
kicking
Tej.
back some Tej. Early
Yeah.
morning drinking. I love it.
Still the morning. We have wasted
still the
all of our
morning.
spell slots, most of our hit points. Oh, I say all of our spell slots. All of you regular spellcasters. All of your spell slots. All of your.
listen, I don't have spells, so
It's very
I'm
close to
good.
noon. I'd say it's around 11:30 in the morning, but
It's
Still
5
pretty
o'clock
early.
somewhere.
yes,
It's
it's 5
5
o'clock
o'clock
somewhere.
baby.
Let's go get some rations. and some stuff. Like go.
I'm just like, Nim, do you want to play a drinking game right now?
Nim pulls out that goblin mask that they had gotten and went, absolutely.
Hell yes.
Allery is gonna go up to you guys and say, would either of you be interested in going out hunting? Maybe
I'll
get
go.
some herbs.
I'll go.
Yes. Only because we need to get out of this camp for 5 fucking seconds.
Well, you all kind of get the sense, just from, passive intelligence and wisdom between everyone combined, that the Stone Sisters who had messaged you appear to, I mean, you can't trust night hags, but they appear to be amused enough to have contacted you and did say that they were not going to delay or tarry you based on this amusing display. So I think you can take that how you will. That's
Good
what
lead.
they had expressed to you.
Because we're not going to go hunt them now, is essentially what we've... Or are we going to still hunt them? I guess that's something we could discuss. Do we still
I
want to
think
go
we
hunt
should.
them?
I think we should.
Trust it! Well, so for right now, we definitely have at least one person on their side, right? Like, our lich baby boy up here is gonna definitely, like, stay with them for a while. So at the very least, we have that for a while. And then if we get powerful enough that we feel more comfortable doing something about them, we can.
Yeah.
I will
It's
say
words,
that.
Emma. Does
I mean-
Allery say this as well?
Oh no, I'm mostly character planning. What do you guys want to do? Like, do we want to?
Well, you made a good point.
Honestly,
You make a good
For now.
point.
For
I
now.
think we should still kind of keep tabs. Basically, just be like, yeah, we should hunt them in the future, but like we have kind of bigger fish to fry at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like we could potentially just pack up and leave right now.
Yeah.
Because it's still
Yeah.
we have half a day of travel we could do, and we don't have to do anything. We just do our half day of travel. We haven't had an issue camping recently. Like
Yeah, and we can use our hit dice too, because we
Yeah,
had
we
a
can-
short rest.
big brain.
Because we had a short rest, so we can use our hit dice.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so if you want to use your hit dice to recover any hit points or anything you guys are missing. But
Yeah.
I know I'm full spell slots now. So I'm also at 2 with Nim. So I feel like
11.
we should be pretty good if we want to just leave and go camp. And then we don't accidentally fuck up this camp anymore.
I know,
We should leave these poor guys alone.
Cosmic
That was
war crimes.
Really good roll for a hit dice. What? My hit dice is a D8.
Nice.
And I got an 8.
Wait, does it hit
Oh,
die?
plus my con.
Does it add con?
Yes.
It adds con.
Fuck yeah!
Your hit dice
So
add
now
con?
Well,
I'm
you
2
you
points
add
away from
con
full.
to your roll, and then that's how much HP you restore.
Yeah.
Oh hell yes!
Did
I, I'm 2
give us
points away from full now.
You can use hit points to recover
I
health.
don't know how that works.
So, let's get you open again.
Plus 2
So,
is 9.
what
I'm 1 point away from full right now.
what is everyone thinking as far as a plan?
We should get out of
moving
here.
out?
I'm down for
Yeah.
getting out of here.
Yeah.
I think we
Yeah.
should get out of here.
Fine. Wait, did you say Nim is 1 away from full?
I'm 2
I'm
away
1
from
away
full.
from full. I'm
Okay.
1.
I'm just gonna use 1 lay on hands on Reese, and then 2 on Nim.
You
So
should
you
stop
guys-
laying hands on things.
Also, thank you for the folly. Folly. Thank you for the folly.
both
Thank
of
you for
you.
the follow,
Don't touch me.
Nicklish and Zuski. Thank
Do
you
you
both.
want the heal or not? Do you not want the
I'll take it.
satisfaction?
I'll take it.
Exactly.
Is
I
you
have 2 more healing points that I can give. Who want it?
roll a d8, so you hit the button that says hit dice.
Can we just talk about how I also used 3 out of 5 of my bardic inspiration that last time?
I'll be right back, guys.
Reese fully flinches away from you on reflex purely just because you touched her. As
Oh,
you
I'm sorry.
fucking do that good old heal.
Trey being the way he is, he would like reach out very slowly. Like he wouldn't just like immediately like
Well, yeah.
hand. He would be like maybe. If we are leaving the camp, Trey is gonna try and leave without being seen. Try to
Let's
sneak.
dip out.
He's gonna
Tell the
definitely
rest of our people that we want to leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trey's just gonna sneak out of the camp. Just
Make a stealth check.
oh god, I'm at disadvantage because plate armor.
Mhm.
Wait, who else are we? Who else is supposed to be coming with us? Are the Emerald
gonna be
Conclave guys
well-
supposed to be coming with us?
Oh no,
They-
let's not bring them along.
They can.
Oh, because Craig?
Potentially. But
Please
y-
don't bring Craig.
you are.
I-
Trey,
Alright, so it'll just be the 5 of us. Just
Craig
the
has been
5
through
of
enough.
us.
I think.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think we can just the 5 of us leave, and we do have to continue our mission anyway. We still have to figure out the fucking death undead thing.
It would be us 5, Elena, Hella, and Selena that would
It's
take.
like, don't we have
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elena,
Oh,
Helen,
nice.
and
We're trying to
Selena?
find like some kind of special ring or something.
Yeah, we're trying to find the Soulmonger. We're also trying to find the Frost Ring. It's like a side
the
quest.
Ring of Winter.
Ring of Winter.
Yeah.
Yes,
So we're trying to find both those things.
Yeah, Eryn, I rolled a 3 on stealth.
I saw. So so Trey is kind of awkwardly sneak out, and you do recover the tents. We'll say that. Take the time to recover the tents. So
Yes,
we're all
please.
back.
We want...
Yep. There you go.
Which I think were you guys trying to sneak away? Because there's no sneaking away if we're gathering the tents.
Yeah.
Oh, just Trey was trying. to
Trey is
sneak
kind of
in.
Just
like
Trey was
clunk,
trying to
clunk,
sneak away.
clunk, and everyone just kind of a couple of the guards just kind of look at Trey as he's kind of like trying to sneak out, and one of them's like, "What are you doing?"
Rory's gonna go to the what was her name?
Which one?
Not Undril, the other one.
Selena?
Nope.
Selena?
Elena?
The
The
one.
new head. The new head of
The
the
leader
camp.
of this place now, technically.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
The sister.
Sister Sias.
Yes. Alary's gonna go to Sister Sias and
She's
I'm
just looking in
assuming everyone else-
horror at the situation of the bodies as they burn.
I'm assuming everyone else is going and getting our 3 tagalongs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alary's gonna go and say, we're so sorry for your loss, sister.
Thank you.
We do not feel it fair to impose ourselves upon you any longer. We will be making our way out of camp tonight. As we speak, everyone is packing up our things to go, so that you all may rest and reconvene, and you do not have to worry about us anymore. Thank you so much for your aid in this battle, even though it cost you greatly. We do hope that in the future we will see you on better terms, maybe.
Make a deception check at advantage.
Deception?
Now is not the time to roll a 1.
Don't you say this on me. Oof.
She kind of
Not
like
great.
narrows her eyes at you and says, "I think that is for the best.
Clunk, 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 clunk.
You
clunk,
seem
clunk.
to bring death with you.
Uh,
You carry
just
ill
gonna-
omens."
It really just do be like that though.
Alary's really not even paying attention to what she's saying, but when he hears that, he goes,
It's like, meow.
The sooner you leave, the better, I think.
"Oh yes, we are doing that as we speak.
Good.
I'm not talking. I'm very weak."
Make yourself
Nim
scarce,
goes over
lest
to-
more of the superstitious ones among us turn their blades upon you, even those that
course.
you had called your allies. And
Oh,
take
yes, of
your
course.
misfortune with you deep into the jungle and never return.
Hopefully, better tides come turning. Have a good day.
Nim goes over to Viper, Elena, and Helen.
Wow, Nim, you're really just making me deal with our tent all by myself.
Oh,
Yeah.
so but Nim, real quick, I know Reese was trying to say something, so go ahead, Al.
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay, so Reese slash so Nim slash Rory, go ahead. I wanted to do
Oh.
I wanted to do like order of operations
yeah.
kind of thing. So
Nim goes over to Viper, Elena, and
Okay.
Hella. And is like, hey, so I think we got a jet now.
I think so too. I think we should leave immediately.
Yeah, we're packing up as we speak. We're ready to get the fuck out.
As am I. So, anyone want to do anything else in the camp before we set out back into the jungle?
So fast.
It's time to go.
All right, I agree. as the DM saying, I agree.
Alone. They've had enough.
Yes.
I just
They've
want
had a
to
lot going on.
sleep. Let's go with sleep. Yes, let's go with sleep.
Woke up.
Also,
Just
I didn't get much rest because trauma TM, okay?
yes. Also, I'm thinking.
Dude, Reese and Trey are running on fumes right now.
let's get the fuck out.
All right, so everybody
When-
is
when-
hastily making their exit.
When we sit down, Trey's gonna like smile at Allery and cause prestidigitation to make Allery feel like nice and cool for once.
Gotta do that for everyone. What a inconvenience has happened.
Sorry, I had to redirect. The weather today is a strong overcast, with a light drizzle slowly turning into a steady rain. The dreary clouds above to match the somber mood of the events that had just transpired. As you
Time
make
to
your
put
way,
up the rain catchers.
yes, remember your rain catchers, and also yourself might be. That's just enough in the rain. I know the insects are a little bit less active, but the incense and the salve. So I will say on the boat, even though there is the rain, it is the jungle and it is very damp. So Hela, your guide, does kind of strike up her incense as she usually does, a little bit subdued in the rain, but the rain continues to fall. You put up your rain catchers and refresh your water skins as you make your way back down the river through the heart, or towards the heart of Chult. By the way, little plug for the Guild of Ambiance here, which we have. Guild of Ambiance, using their music, or background music, background ambience right now. You can check them out at patreon.com/Guild of Ambiance and the Guild of Ambiance on YouTube. So thank you to them very much. I'm actually going to switch over to...
It looks like everyone's frozen but L on the screen.
Alright. Because I switched off of the stream manager.
Also, technically, you know the insects thing, is that because of diseases?
Yes. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Trey is immune to disease. So does that make him fine?
Potentially?
Find out.
Oh,
Maybe.
maybe
Please,
I'll
but
fix
you're
it.
actually.
Okay, that face she made before going potential.
I have divine magic flowing through my blood. Thank you very much. Ain't no disease
Divine.
touching me. It's
Divine.
divine. It is.
I heard
It's
the
absolutely divine.
sir.
It's divine energy.
Vine.
Divine energy. It's not divine, it is divine.
Divine.
It's divine.
Trey's just gonna like tap his holy symbol to the shadow and be like, "Do I need to get another one?" And he's gonna stare. Do I need to get another one?
Another one.
A new holy symbol?
Yeah, cause I ain't got one for Vecna.
Does he say that out loud?
Probably.
You Rebecca.
If Nim sees him with the Nim will just be like, I got a pendant of Joaquin. Do you want that?
You're so helpful.
He's just going to stare at Nim and in Infernal say, "No."
Nim responds in Infernal. Got it.
Right. Try this and see how it goes.
Wait, is that the deity of like trade? Is that the trade bitch? I can't remember.
No, but
It's
Joaquin
just the
is the goddess
pendant
of
that
trade.
Nim stole from that poor guy whose journal they also read.
In a fucking
Poor
midlife
guy that Nim
crisis.
and about.
Okay.
He was fully in a midlife crisis. You are a horrible human.
Trey, I don't know if
I'm
you can say
chaotic.
anyone's a horrible human anymore.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, I'm okay out of here. I never hit that fact.
Fuck.
I want to recommend and remind everyone Sword Coast Soundscapes currently playing. You can check them out. swordcoastsoundscapes.bandcamp.com, on YouTube as well, and twitter.com/swordcoastsoundscapes and patreon.com/swordcoastsoundscapes. We use both Rain and the Jungles of Chult, which is a specialized soundscape for this campaign specifically. So, as you all in the war canoe make your way down the river in the rain, your thoughts are brought to the incident at the camp, the past several days spent with the Order of the Gauntlet, the civil war that erupted in the camp, the Zentarum and their conquest of the Sword Coast, this new threat that opposes them in the form of the Dawn Viper Concord, risen from the ashes of the Lord's Alliance, the Order of the Gauntlet, and the Harpers, and the zealotry that can come with it. Mention of a holy war, the distant roars of dinosaurs in the jungle and groans of undead. Just an afterthought in the distance, along with, again, the chirping of bugs that thrive, the bugs and insects that seem to thrive in the moisture of the jungle. Over the course of the next several hours, the incense burning, the fresh rain falling steady but not oppressively throughout the day, continue to make your way down the river. The occasional moan and groan from the jungle catching your ear, if it is close enough, but otherwise your thoughts dwell on a combination of the aforementioned thoughts and reflections, as well as Peggy Deadbells and the Sown sisters that seem to have taken a liking to you. Trey and Allery on your cosmic adventure into the fortress of Vecna, as metaphysical as it was. Continue to make your way down the river, most of you remaining silent, including Hella and Selida. Elena engages in conversation when she can, but most of you are rightfully distracted, all things considered, and for the first several hours sit in silence. Just the sound of the rain.
You still have Undril in the back of our boat.
It's fixed. Undril's not there anymore.
Undril needs some.
Undril needs therapy.
Bye, Undril. In any case, several hours pass and you snack on whatever rations you have without actually consuming a ration. So whatever snacks you have, dried fruit, etc., mixed nuts, whatever you have in your pack that you've collected, parts of your rations. The hour grows to about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, mid-afternoon. The rain continues steadily. And most of you, with your rain catchers up, some of you wet and partially soaked from the steady rain, a dreary but fitting mood for reflection after all that has happened thus far. As the sun behind the clouds continues to advance through the day, you make at least a day's worth of travel. What are you all doing in the canoe? Does anyone say anything to anyone after several hours of silence? Who is going to be
Nim
the
is
first
humming.
to break the silence?
Nim is humming. Rain. The raindrops are falling on my head. Bum, bum.
Dune is most definitely licking the raindrops as they fall down on its face, like just as they fall on the face.
Allery is watching Dune do this, and will occasionally get very excited when Dune catches one that's particularly weird. Like, yeah.
Okay.
So you were saying,
I was gonna say, Reese is just rowing because it's just Reese and Trey rowing, right? Nim, I,
there have to be
feel
two.
like-
There have to be two people rowing at all times, in addition to Salidi, your guide down the river.
Yeah, so I feel like it's just us rowing because we're the strong ones. Nim is on the bench with Reese. I feel like Nim is probably sitting uncomfortably close to Reese. And Reese is trying honestly, very hard not to hit Nim in the fucking face. But otherwise isn't saying anything.
Nim-
Just very
As
much in
Nim's
her
coming-
own head. Just has a kind of very haunted look.
As Nim's coming, they're just like,
So, continue to make your way down the river. I need someone to roll a D100 for me.
I'll do it. I'll continue.
we all
to
know
do-
what happened last time I
So
rolled a
roll the
D100.
percentile dice.
Allery
100.
will.
I rolled
like
not
that.
100. I rolled a 100.
Oh
I don't-
no!
Nice.
I don't know.
Nice,
Either-
but also
That's either very
no.
good or very bad. I don't
Yeah.
know which one at this point.
It's a 1 in 100 chance, so.
I mean, technically, any of those numbers is a 1.
You
Okay.
roll the
If you think
100.
about
Oh no.
Again? Oh, wait.
I mean,
That reaction though. You
like-
rolled a 100.
I did
oh,
say I was ready to fuck shit up again. And I delivered on that promise.
y'all are giving me anxiety.
I already got anxiety.
A little
Okay.
extracurricular anxiety.
I'm just gonna wait for Essay to figure all of what horrendous natural disaster we're about to go through, and then I'm gonna talk to our navigators.
Okay.
Guys, hold on. We have to go check on our cat. She just knocked on our bathroom door. Literally knocked.
That's strange. All
yeah,
right.
No, it's not a person.
So, the D100. Noted.
Noted?
What's everyone's passive perception?
Oh no!
14.
13.
Mine's a 12. Dune's passive perception.
What's happening?
We're looking at passive perception to figure out something. As a 13.
Yeah. Also, what was
Mine's
going on with your
14,
cat?
so-
Yeah, what happened with Dawn?
She was inside the cabinet pulling things out.
So it was the cabinet door that knocked against the.
It was things falling out of the cabinet.
Okay, as long as our cat didn't grow a pair of knuckles.
Right. Well, that was interesting. Regardless, no one has above a 15 for passive, right?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Good to know.
Gabe, what have you done to us?
okay.
So, you continue along the river into the evening with
Allery would like to, at one point, like after a while of travel, just kind of pipe up. Alright, navigators, where to next?
Salida turns around. The rain is favorable in our direction, and we are making good progress. But the sun grows dark behind the clouds, and as you look up, has grown noticeably darker. It would behoove us to find a camp for the evening and try again tomorrow, see what progress we can make. But again, considering the late start, we have made considerable gains down the river. The rain is favoring us. Call that a sign from the old gods within Chult. The old gods of our people, the deities of old. They seem to favor us.
Yep.
100. Mhm.
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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Old gods, yes. Your old gods, no.
Yes, definitely.
My cat god doesn't like rain.
Yes. We gave our cat a bath the other day, and oh my god, it was
I've done that
miserable.
for Dawn. It's
The
very
only time
tragic.
the only time one of our cats has ever bit anyone was when they were trying to give him a flea bath one time.
Oop.
I think that's valid.
One of my cats, who is sadly no longer with us, he whenever he took baths, like he would always fight before getting into it. But once he was in the water, he just looked so resigned. He was like, "Well, I guess it's my fate now."
I know. I finally gave Dawn a night. Like you have to give them hotter baths than you would expect because their body temperatures are higher, so they want
Yeah.
it warmer than you would expect. So I finally gave Dawn a hot enough bath that she was in it. She was just purring. She was like,
He's like,
Yeah.
the
Sam,
hot water though.
Sam, our 18-pound cat, he's a Maine Coon. So Maine Coons like water.
Would anyone like to
Fun
make
fact.
the survival check, or would you like to give
Oh, dear.
one of the guides advantage?
Please, the guides, please.
No,
Oh God,
Give the
please.
guys advantage.
Okay, who has proficiency in survival?
No one.
Let me see.
I think I do
I think
actually.
someone among us has.
Yeah,
among
I
us.
do. I have
Okay.
proficiency in
Okay.
survival.
All right, so you can go ahead and roll yourself, or you can give advantage to one of the guides.
I'm giving
I will-
advantage. I'm not.
Who are you giving advantage to, Salita or Hella?
Hella.
Okay.
Absolutely.
As you,
Mhm.
what do you say or do when you walk up to Hella as she starts scanning the horizon?
I'm like, all right. I actually have no idea what the hell I'd say.
You can be a strong silent type if you wish, just kind of
Yeah,
helping
I
her
just kind of-
scan the horizon.
Yeah. I don't think Reese is really in the mood for talking at the.
All right. So before the sun sets, you are able to very easily, as darkness begins to creep ever closer, the clouds and the rain not letting up, you're able to find some soggy ground where you can bring your canoe. Eventually, you just slide into a small embankment, a place for the canoe to rest in a slight indentation in the natural curvature of the river. And as you begin to start the process of breaking down your rain catchers and just continuing to get wet and soaked in the rain as the rain continues to fall, letting up just ever so slightly, you're beginning to, there's a chill in the air. You're chilly, and you're very much looking forward to the relative safety of the tents for the evening and your watch. You're on the correct side of the embankment, the opposite from the known populations of undead that seem to be continuing to plague the central portion of the island of Chult. Eventually tying your canoe and making your way inland as Hella begins to make her way off of the canoe with the runes and the levitation ability. And all of you again find yourselves on soggy grounds as Hella begins to adjust and make sure that the chains on the tires are of the combat chair are secured and just really kind of smacking onto the side of them. She does put her own rain cover up. Just you can hear the chains just kind of rattling as she makes her adjustments and making sure that her weapons are at the ready. Eventually you all make your way into the jungle, just within 10 minutes or so of the river's edge. And as you're searching for a camp, I need one of the player characters, whoever wants to roll for just make a general perception check. Whoever's proficient in perception can go ahead and just make a general perception roll,
I am,
if you'd
but
like.
I don't
I'm
know if anyone
also
else is better.
Mine
I
is
have
a
plus
3.
4.
So yeah, you.
As you do have the guides,
What do
we're
you
going
have,
to look for a suitable campsite.
Emily?
3.
Should I do it? I have 4.
Yeah, you have a
perception.
4, so you should probably do it.
Advantage.
Anyone that is proficient can make a general roll. So any of
you guys
Oh,
yep. So any
Y'all
of
should
you,
definitely roll.
any of you that have
Y'all should
proficiency in perception
Definitely roll.
oh my God, you guys.
can make a
Y'all-
general active roll.
Thank
Thank
you.
Oh, bless you.
All right. So as you get about 10 minutes or so with Hella's 18, Again, the very easily making her way with the reinforced chains on the tires. Just with Salida's assistance, begin to set up a camp. Again, about 10 minutes inland from where you had initially landed the canoe. The standard accoutrement of the camp begin to be established. The fire pit with the stones, the tents, the 3 tents that you have brought with you as you all set up camp for the evening. Making your way around the perimeter of your campsite. Reese, you notice that ever so slightly the rain begins to let up and turns to a light drizzle. And looking into the distance of the jungle, you see something shimmer and catch your eye, and you feel a cold chill in the air. And gazing into the jungle in the distance, you swear you see something just isn't right in the distance. Something about this one patch of jungle, just at the very tip of what you can see through the foliage. There's these shimmering reflections in the last bits of light as the clouds slowly in certain places begin to part, and what appears to be a relatively almost a full moon and starlight piercing through the clouds, just shimmering through this distant visage that you can see. Something, it's strange. There's just this shimmering and reflectiveness and cold chill, and what appears to be just bits of crystallized. Make a nature check for me, Reese.
Make a nature check?
Yes.
16.
You stop and have to, and you look up and you feel the warmth of the jungle and the stars and the moon piercing through little spots in the clouds as the rain slowly, gradually continues to lessen. And you swear with your nature check of 16 that you see patches of snow and icicles draped from parts of the jungle in the distance.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna basically be like, Hella, we should not be camping. Do you see all the frost around here? Something is up.
It is far in the distance, about probably a 10-minute walk from where you are, which is about 10 minutes from the shore.
Yeah, so I'm gonna alert, I guess, everyone and be like, hey, there's a bunch of, like, there's like a ring of, there's like some frost over
Is it
there,
within 60 feet?
which doesn't seem quite right. We should probably check it out before we make camp, or we should just avoid it altogether.
Avoid. But is it within 60
Can I
feet?
go investigate?
It's within 60 feet.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I just-
Are you taking anyone with you on your investigation?
Who would like to go with me to investigate?
I'll
I'm
go with
blind.
you.
Would like to... Everyone?
I'll die.
Well, I mean, I saw it, so I would obviously go, but
Let's have Elena come with us. Last
Okay.
time we didn't have Elena come with us, and we
True.
almost didn't make it through the thing.
So you all tell, Reese, you tell Elena what you saw, right?
yeah.
And she stops and she says, "That's the Ring of Winter."
Yeah.
And she immediately draws her blade. Use caution. Arctis climbers
Seeing
not
that
to be
Elena
trifled with.
drew her blade, I'm gonna draw my the crocodile halberd.
What's
Okay.
she saying about articus or artist?
Arctis climbers not to be trifled with.
In what way specifically?
And just combat prowess. By not to be trifled with, I mean not to be taken lightly. Is a better way to say that. Our goal here is to capture the ring that he wears. That rightfully belongs to the true Mistress of Winter and servant of the Frost Maiden, Dreadlord Thornton.
We asked the hags for help.
Now that we,
Wait.
now that Reese pointed it out, can we see the like frost as well?
Wait a second.
As you all kind of strain your eyes, with Reese's help, as she's pointing into the woods, the rest of you, yes, can slowly see the icicles, but she has to kind of point it out to you as to where it is. But you can, straining your eyes, you can see it in the distance.
I understand that you know, Zentarum wants to get their hands on it, but I'm rather spent and wondering if maybe after a rest we could then pursue the ring.
If you prefer that, he
We can
attempt
keep
to.
an eye on it during the watches, but it's just probably better if we get some rest first.
This is about to happen.
Well, either that, or there's always the possibility that he could just try to kill us in our sleep.
That's why we have watches.
You want to just leave it there.
Can I sneak over there and investigate sneakily?
Make a stealth check.
Okay.
Yes. You all notice eventually with your passives that your tabaxi has disappeared. And you see just the flash of a figure, a cat-like figure, in the distance, about 10 minutes away, just kind of slowly flash as you're all gazing into the frost, and you realize that Dune has just gone off ahead on their own.
Dune's head and say, Dune,
Bitch.
do not stop moving. I'm going to skin you.
I'm sneaking.
All right.
I'm sneaking.
So, when you arrive in the clearing, Dune, when you arrive in the clearing, you see a rather beautiful sight. These icicles have, these beautiful icicles have formed on the foliage, the greenery in the jungle, in this clearing. There is what appear to be the remnants of a camp. There is, at the very least, what appears to be a campfire in the center, an old campfire. You see the stones around it and just ash covered in snow. And it's in about a 30 or 60 foot radius in this one particular area that snow and patches of ice have coated the ground, and the icicles continue to just form and sparkle. And as the clouds slowly continue to part, the beam of sunlight, beam of moonlight pierces through this recent break in the clouds and reflects off of some of these icicles. It is quite beautiful, if not eerily calm. Now, the rest of you all notice Dune here, so what is everyone else doing as you see Dune investigating the camp on their own?
Valerie is going to... 10 minutes is such a long way to walk. No, not like that. I mean, I was going to say we should wait and see if Dune gets in trouble, then approach, but if Dune gets in trouble, when we wait to approach at that after that point, that's like 60 rounds of combat that Dune has to survive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Cameron CLLR, for the follow. Much appreciated. Heart for you.
So
I think I'm gonna go follow or sneak up. Try to sneak up.
Maintain my sneak.
All
who
right.
has disadvantage on stealth checks?
Heavy
think-
armor people.
Stay back. I'm
I do
sneaking. This is my
No, I'm pretty
Sneaking.
sneaky actually
I have disadvantage.
because I have a high dex and I don't have heavy armor because I'm a barbarian. So.
Make a stealth
Valerie
check.
is going to look to
Well, Elena's just going to start walking.
yes.
Just-
If Valerie was going to ask that Elena come with us, but if Elena's already going, we're going.
Yeah, she's
Valerie-
already gone.
Is
Yeah,
Elena,
I'm going also.
Okay, stealthily or
Yes.
Is
Yeah.
Elena going stealthily?
no? She's just kind of forging on ahead. She has heavy armor,
Trey.
so.
Alright, Trey's gonna do the same as Elena then. Fuck
All
it.
right. So anyone that's approaching stealthily, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, baby.
And then I roll a
Let me
fucking
get
nat
to stealth.
Dude, I'm rolling good tonight.
Which makes me feel so good because my Friday campaign went terribly.
Oof.
I killed my character in my Friday
Why do I have
campaign.
a +5 to stealth. Where did that come from?
+2 proficiency, +3
Okay.
dexterity.
So, Nim, you just appear in the camp, and I want to have Dune make a perception check, please.
I can't. Okay.
Oh shit.
Ooh. Dune
Okay.
peeps all of us.
All right, Dune, you notice the remnants. Most definitely, this is the remnants of a camp. There was a tent where you can see where the tent poles had been placed. The structural skeleton of the tent had been placed. There are there's an old that sort of waxy parchment wrapping that most rations come in. 2 of those are strewn about the campsite below some of the snow. You also notice, just out of the corner of your eye, very stealthily emerging from the foliage into this beautiful frost-covered clearing. Nim. Just very stealthily, almost blending in with the shadows, making their way out of the jungle into the clearing. I'm gonna say you probably both noticing each other. You have this moment, and then you do also see Trey and Elena and Allery. Are you approaching stealthily, or?
Yeah, I rolled
Yes.
myself.
Okay, all right. And also, in the same way, you notice Allery emerging from the woods, very stealthily as well, almost about the same time as Nim. And Reese shortly thereafter, as Trey and Elena just make their way through the woods. Hela and Selida, your 2 guides, remain at the camp, equally distrustful of each other, which is a good watch to have.
I love Hela.
Yes.
I love Hela specifically because of that.
Great, because neither of them will do anything to the other, because then it's going to be really obvious who did it, right?
Imposter.
And you are all
Hey, I just saw
standing
Selena vent.
Is there
together.
anything shifty afoot?
Dude, that was fucking Reese when Reese rolled that natural 20 on perception on Solita. Was just like, Solita just fucking vented.
I was on cameras and Selita vented. I watched her pop out of the tent.
I saw it.
Yes. So as you're all standing here in the center of the camp, you all with your passive start to hear something disconcerting in the distance. Getting louder and louder. Heavy footfalls from the northeast. From the northwest. And kind of rustling in the jungle. Just with the cracking of branches in trees and that cold chill just blowing through the air.
Rory in Elena's head is going to say, dinosaurs?
Make a 5 roll. Make a perception check.
Me?
Perception.
Trey's just getting ready to cast Eldritch Blast.
Not bad.
Not a dinosaur. Does not seem like a dinosaur. Seems like a large humanoid.
Oh,
Just
no.
slowly
Oh my God, it's a giant.
slowly making its way, and
Allery
you
in
hear
everyone's
cracks in the
head,
branches.
Real quick, like, hide.
All right.
I hide.
All right, everyone make a stealth check at advantage. And people in heavy armor, just make a regular stealth check. Fresh round of stealth checks. Okay.
That's the wrong thing. I'm sorry. There we go.
Okay.
Not me accidentally rolling
All right.
sleight of
And
hand.
Reese, unarmored defense, right?
Yeah, I have an armor in defense,
Okay. All right. Let's see. What do we got here?
so I have no armor.
All right. 22. 17.
That 17 was sleight of hand. I rerolled.
Okay. All right. 25. 20. 21. 14. Yeah, so you all take a moment to, and that's a group stealth check, so that's a pass. Elena does not have to roll. because that is a guaranteed success with your passes. And slowly emerging from the center, from the woods, after several moments, you start to see the image of a blue-skinned giant
Oh, good, it's a Jotun.
slowly emerging. A female giant. Emerging from the woods, just
What the fuck?
she
You
makes
know what?
her way into the center of the
She
camp.
could step on.
I was waiting for someone to say it.
Same.
And she just kind of slowly comes into the center of the camp, and the moonlight at that moment just illuminates her pale blue skin, and though she stands at around 10 feet tall, she is for a giant. Some of you may have never seen a giant, but a rather attractive looking frost giant. Her hair done up, her blonde hair done up in a combination of braids and an updo bun, with these two locks that kind of dangle from either side, and she just kind of looks around with a very strong presence about her, and just smells and just and appears to be, and then lets out a sigh of relief, and then just slowly caresses one of the icicles, and appears to be just inspecting the camp around her.
Real quick, I see your camera failed.
Yes, I'm putting it back on. Do-do-do.
Oh, whew. Our group stealth check was still higher than her best
Yes.
perception.
Thank God.
And she just kind of stops and goes to turn and just is taking the time to just investigate the camp and just go through the campfire and touch the wax wrappers with her large, soft blue hands. And she has this pale blue coat over her that is a little light for sure, breathable, and then just the slightest hint of a fur collar, slightly open for the heat of the jungle, but it kind of makes sense.
Did Allery have experience with giants from the time that they were a soldier? Would I recognize this behavior as being like normal for a giant?
Make an insight check. I would say you're not as well versed as anyone else per se. Okay, so she appears to be investigating, and she seems to have smelled something off about the camp, which would be you, all of you, but is just taking the time to investigate. Giants aren't too different from humanoids, from normal-sized humanoids, and she just seems to be very interested in this particular camp. And there is a large great axe, an oversized, giant-sized great axe on her back, carved with Norse runes.
No, 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 no.
She does have a kind of golden kind of headband on her forehead. This gold adornment that just accentuates her features as she kind of looks around and continues to investigate.
Now, we were not told that Axolotl Man was in the company of giants when we were told about the Winter Ring, right?
It was a lizard folk.
Correct.
It was a lizard folk he was traveling with.
I'll have to double
Lizard
check. It's
folk.
either lizardfolk or tabaxi.
It was a lizard man. I remember specifically being like
Okay.
a lizard man or a thing.
Yes, lizardfolk.
Allery would like to use their telepathy thing.
Okay,
to
great.
talk to the,
All right, and they can communicate back with you, correct?
yes.
Okay.
It's not like sending, it's kind of like message.
Yes, I knew exactly what you're talking about.
Because
Because
that too.
Elena has the same thing.
Perfect. Allery's gonna talk to Elena and say, so is this
Do we know why there's a giant here? A frost giant? I would know that a frost giant shouldn't be here, right?
Yes.
Do we know why there's a frost giant here? Is this new information to you too?
Elena responds, I have no fucking idea. It's just as bizarre as it is to me. I'm sure it's just as bizarre to you. I don't know what to make of it.
Do
How
we think
hard
that
is
she might be around the winter ring, or
That would be my guess. Frost Giant, Ring of Winter. Makes sense.
should we pursue or leave her? I mean, she seemed very interested. She's obviously come here to investigate us.
I don't know. Doesn't
Oh, I
seem
don't-
hostile.
Nim should do that thing. That thing that you did in the camp. That scary thing. The dark thingy that killed them.
Oh, so that was actually a combination of Nim and Allery casting 2 different spells.
Yeah.
Do that
Um,
again.
But, so wait, hold on. Elena doesn't think she's hostile?
Difficult to tell, but
Can
Do you think we could maybe
can you flirt with someone through message?
Can
Is
I
that
seduce
possible?
potentially.
you two horny brats
Can I
sit down for a second?
giant?
I
Elena and I
want
are having a
to-
conversation. Hold on.
Okay.
I want to
Allery's
flirt
gonna
with
ask
her with a
Elena.
message.
Okay.
If Allery's gonna ask Elena if it would maybe be an idea to try to communicate with her telepathically. She won't know where we are, or necessarily how we're communicating, but we can see her hostility level, whether or not she would be.
Yes. If you must. You just wait her out, or you could try to communicate.
What would a frost giant speak?
Giant.
We don't have to share a language with this particular spell. I just have to do it telepathically. We'll do a party vote.
Usually they understand common.
I could communicate with her just to see if she's hostile. She wouldn't know who is speaking. She would just know someone is speaking to her telepathically,
Okay.
and she would be able to communicate back with me. So she wouldn't know where we are, but it would definitely alert her that someone is here, and she may be able to find us, and we
You-
may be fighting a frost giant.
You all
if
have
she is.
you all have perfect cover with your stealth rolls, but in the outskirts of the jungle here around the camp.
I want to flirt with her in message.
All right.
Minor illusion.
Nim, do not do this.
Who's
I want to
who's
flirt
I
with her in
think-
message.
I
Who's
think
going-
it could be. I think it probably would be a bad idea to alert her to our presence right now, considering you guys are all down most of your spells. Like, I mean, I'm good to go. I'm at full health and I
I'm
have
good
no
to go.
spells.
I have
But everyone
such
else,
good performance and persuasion and deception right now.
So
That's
don't
all
get me
I
wrong.
need.
You guys are welcome to try. She is a giant. I doubt you would be of interest to her, if not for food.
yeah. So I don't think it's wise to alert her to our presence now, considering
how are you
most of us
communicating
are.
with each other?
If you need us to be communicating to have this conversation,
Yes.
Allery will do it telepathically.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's wise for us to alert her to our presence.
Full back, please. The love of everything is sacred. Full back. If Nim wants to fuck, Nim can fuck. But for the love of everything, let's rest
Nim,
of us.
would you like to send her a message?
Nim, don't do it.
Please don't. Please don't. Don't.
Yes.
Okay. What do you say?
I say, hey there, beautiful. You come here often?
You see her kind of stop in her tracks, and she just kind of slowly looks around, and then you hear out loud, in common, with an accent. I thought I smelled small folk. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it.
That's
Can I
turning out
use-
much
can I-
better
Can I use the minor illusion just like on the opposite like side of us, so like fool all on one side on the other side to like create the illusion of like a little like rose, but like it's like it looks like it's made out of ice. Just like
Sure.
start from the floor.
Okay. Yeah. So
Wingman tray.
yeah. So you cast.
Hell
Is it
yes.
a? Is that a cantrip? I can't remember off the top of my head. All
Yeah,
right.
it is.
So as she's looking around, you form this rose out of ice right by her feet, and she says, "It's a nice trick." She kind of slowly bends down and puts her hand through it, and as an illusion, her hand kind of goes right through it. Yes, but a real one would be much better. Perhaps you should reveal yourself so we can have a face-to-face conversation.
And I take the hibiscus flower that Craig gave me and mage hand it to her stealthily where she doesn't tell where the mage hand, or I can make mage hand appear.
Yes.
No.
Yep. Well,
Can I
Make
can
a sleight of
I
hand
stealth?
check. Make a sleight of hand
Okay.
check.
It's like, can I like, is there any way I could, like
I just
inside
wanna
on nature
mage
check
hand this.
to see if it was like
Oh no.
So you cast Mage Hand, and it very clearly comes from your general location, but she does not appear to change and as far as her demeanor. I'll say that right away. All of you being so keen on and having the drop on her. Does not reach for her axe, she does not charge, she just stands and turns slowly. And the hibiscus flower just floats through the air and presents itself to her. And she just slowly reaches down into the flower and just... Curious, but very pretty. Kind of looks around. Slowly just kind of puts it into her hair above her ear.
Oh
A
my
pretty
God.
flower.
Allery actually is just doing this in the middle of some bushes, like full squat.
Allery, not fuck. Reese is trying very, very hard not to die laughing at this. Just like, oh my God, this is incredible.
She slowly starts carefully walking over to your direction.
Nim
Cautiously.
Nim steps out from behind the tree and actually like reveals himself, but walks away so like the rest of the group is still like there.
Okay.
Because obviously Nim's like, well, I just revealed myself, but I'm not
Yes.
going to reveal that there are others with me.
So Nim reveals themselves to the giant. And she
Yes,
stops.
bad idea.
And she says, Very small indeed. Thank you for the flower.
You're very welcome.
That was you.
Yeah.
For a
That was
small
me.
folk, your manners when treating with a lady are... You are proficient in this type of interaction.
I just think that if you're being treated any way other than this, that's just bad manners.
Common is not the best, but I see you know how to treat a shield maiden. I appreciate your gesture of respect. You may be a bit small for me, but
I
you
understand.
are adorable in your own way. How many friends do you have with you? I assume you are not alone looking for the ring.
The ring? I'm
The
sorry,
ring
what?
of winter.
Oh,
That is why you have come, is it not? That's why
There
most
was
of the
just, like-
small folk come.
there was like frost around this area, and it seemed really weird weather for this area, so.
Indeed, this is the work of the ring of winter.
Oh.
An
Wow,
ancient,
that's cool.
an ancient artifact of my people, stolen by the human rat Arctis climber. I intend only to get it back.
You can never trust
Besides-
a human.
And she starts speaking louder. The All-Father has decreed that the caste of giants has been shattered. The ordning is upon us, and all of our siblings in giant kind have set out into the world to prove themselves. My kin seek to reclaim the artifact that was stolen from the sniveling human rat and get it back. Most of my kin think it is somewhere in the north. They lay siege to Bryn Shaldir in the north, in 10 towns. But Thera Permafrost hears rumors of the ring making its way south into the humid jungles with the human rat and his pet lizard. So Thera sets out on a quest to put herself above all of the rest of her frost giant siblings. And Thera was correct, it seems.
Yeah, stick it to him, Thera.
The All
Trey
Father
emerged.
watches over us indeed. And so does the Mother.
Allery would like to ask Elena, hey, why did we need to get the ring again?
She just kind of looks over and responds with the Dreadlord, Halia Thornton, the servant of the Frost Maiden. It's an artifact of great power that we should not allow to fall into the hands of, well, not giants, but particularly not the Lord's Alliance or this Dawn Viper Concord. We need to retrieve it for ourselves so we can use it for ourselves. And who better to wield it than the woman that rides atop a white dragon? That is the chosen champion of the Frost Maiden. Makes the most sense to me.
Trey wants to. Trey's gonna emerge from where he is and kind of
She just, another one.
walk beside Nim and be like, "Yeah, hi. Sorry, I didn't deem it fit to show myself immediately. It's just us two. Well, that ring does sound rather interesting. We're not here for the ring. We're here for something else.
We just
trying to
came
help.
to it. We just came to investigate the fraud. Nim's trying to take over. Like, if anybody's going to be deceptive here, it's gonna be Nim. Nim's like, yeah, it's just the two of us. We just came to investigate this frost. This is weird.
That doesn't explain why we're in the jungle, though.
She
I was
says,
gonna say,
more allies. A fair wind at our back is blowing, and a fair wind at our back is best.
well, yes, but you see, the reason why we're in the jungle is, in fact, to help a friend of ours who is sick. Let's go with the word sick, sure.
And she does repeat it. She kind of blends it together as you're speaking. Sorry, I just wanted to go back to this because I have it. But as she finishes that about the fair wind, she just says, "Bravindi Regan erbist."
Oh, you see, we're in the jungle to help a friend. She seems to have gotten sick, and that's why we're here. Well, Nim?
Yeah, we're traveling. This is my traveling companion.
Okay,
I'm Nim, by the way.
Nim. A pretty name. Thank you for the flower. Emma, go ahead and make an insight check. Oh, sorry, Arcana. I'm sorry. You can make an insight check as well, but go ahead and make your Arcana check.
You want me to make an Arcana check?
No, just Allery. Yep.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to be. Doesn't seem to be a spell. That seems to be part of the giant language.
After Peggy, I don't trust anyone who starts talking outside of normal conversation. I want to fuck this lady. I'm gonna be more silent just so I can stop them from doing. No.
Well,
No,
I'm not proficient in the ways of medicine of the small folk, nor am I a shaman. I am a warrior. I have the basics in wilderness and wildland survival, but in searching for a healer, I apologize, I do not think I can help.
That's alright. Wasn't expecting random strangers in the jungle to help us. I was just
Also, wasn't expecting all this ice. This is beautiful, though, man.
It is beautiful indeed. You should see the savage north, but the true north. In Icewind Dale, and at the spine of the world, the home of my kin. It's beautiful. Perhaps I
Well,
can
if it's
show
anything
you.
like you describe it to be, I'm sure it's beautiful.
Perhaps
Valerie is
someday you can see the sights of the north, the true north,
Hopefully. Oh, that would be lovely.
and the aurora that
Oh.
permeates the sky in the evening. Very beautiful.
Pain. Pain.
Oh,
Well,
that's just lovely.
I figure you'll be traveling south, in search of the ring.
If you are also in search of the ring and wish to help me reclaim the ring, and at this, Elena just and kind of looks at Allery, which is as if you're seeking to reclaim the ring and would like to become champions of giant kind. An interesting proposition I make for you. Very few small folk get to claim an ally of the frost giants. But Thera knows better. Thera knows best. After all, look where we are and look what we have found. Thera will rise to the top of frost giant kind and elevate her kin to the top of the ordning.
Allery is gonna real quick to Elena, like, we need to get out though, don't we?
No. I swear. No, don't. Wait till she falls asleep. I swear to God, if you guys come out.
You can interact with this conversation, Trey.
I'm gonna cast minor. Is she far enough that she wouldn't be able to hear a whisper, like, near Allery? If I, like, use minor illusion to create a whisper?
I do first need Elena to respond what Elena thinks if we should head out or not.
Elena says, I don't know if you want to fight the giant, but we certainly can't let her have the ring. We need to deliver the ring to the Dreadlord.
We could let her go on ahead and die in the sake of her. What she's doing. You think that
Hey,
this
but-
Axe person is a Rex person is a much stronger opponent than she?
Arctis Climber, you mean?
Yes.
Just something to think about though. Wouldn't having frost giant allies be a good thing?
That's what I'm saying. But the problem is, she wants the ring, and we need the ring.
And also
Yeah,
the
but we
fact
need
that-
it for our own gain. But if the frost giants are our allies, then
the frost
they
giants are
can
across
help
the
us.
ocean.
You know?
She's probably just on her own. The frost giants, the rest of them are across an ocean to the north of Faerun. It's
You're
not like
saying
it's
on
gonna
the
be
side
very
of the
beneficial.
Tara. You're saying they would much more rather have the ring. Oh, so sorry. You're saying they would rather have the aid of the giants than the ring.
Could be a
Yeah,
discussion worth having.
Because if we helped Thera get the ring, and if we end up helping Thera get the ring, and then Thera does become like very high status in her clan because she got it back, then we could probably get the frost giants to align with the Zentarum, which would be a very good ally to have.
But would they give the ring?
But the better question is, are we in a position where we could foster that deal and then have the Dreadlord, right? That's what we call them. Have the Dreadlord accept this deal? Like, would they consider that something they want?
They wouldn't
That's
allow.
true.
They wouldn't allow the
They
frost
were
giants
talking
to
about just
control
having it just so that their Dragon Rider could have it, just to
Yeah.
have it. It
Well,
wasn't
to
like
work
a
on it.
like a bargaining chip they wanted. It was an actual they want the power of the ring. So is having the frost giants instead an equivalent exchange for them?
I think it could be because giants are very powerful, right?
Yeah.
And frost giants are one of the more powerful types of giants. I think.
The Twitch stream is getting a crash course on improvisation and how to quickly upload maps.
Oh no!
Lovely.
But anyway,
But yeah,
go ahead.
so that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know what Elena would think of that. Because I mean, she is
Yeah,
kind of our boss.
Arlena is our best source of like what the Zentarum would want in a situation. Since
Yeah.
we're all
So,
kind of outside.
do you think you could relay kind of that to Elena so that?
Yeah, technically you could also talk to Elena if you just said, "Hey, will you get Elena's attention or whatever?" But because Elena has the same ability I do.
Oh yeah. So.
Yeah, so technically you can always talk to Elena in that way, but you would have to get her to start it because she has to start the conversation in order for you to.
Was
respond.
anybody saying anything to Nim and?
Yeah, Valerie will tell Nim and will tell Nim. It's like, mention that you have friends back at a camp a ways away, so that if we appear, it does not come off untoward. She doesn't seem violent, but we don't want to surprise. Just in case, so that you guys can like have that. Like, we do have some traveling companions. They're ways away, but that way we can, if we do need to come out to join y'all, we can, and it's not gonna scare her, and you guys don't look like you're lying. You can say, yeah, just the two of us were exploring this, but I kind of understand what you're saying, Elle, though. That makes sense.
Yeah. But so, what does Elena think of that as the?
Are you communicating with her telepathically?
Yeah. Like, I like get her like attention first and like try to get.
Like, point at your head.
Yeah.
So, communicating with her telepathically, she will just reply, "The Dreadlord wants the ring. Dreadlord gets the ring."
Oh my fucking god, you bloody puppet.
Yeah.
Beautiful big lady.
Oh,
all right.
I definitely don't want to fight her.
Yeah.
I do not
Yeah.
either.
Here's what I'm thinking, right? We just let her go.
Yeah.
Right? Go do your thing. We know where the ring kind of is now.
To the south.
Yeah, so we kind of know what like general area it is. If we want to just like keep going, I mean, I hate to say it, but she might die on this quest. She either dies on this quest or she doesn't,
And then gets it.
And
then we have to fight her.
So then we don't have to fight the magic man. We just have to fight a frost giant.
Yeah. So we'll probably only have to fight one or the other.
We know she's now an agent of this and that she's doing stuff here, and she's clearly trying to get allies, right? But you guys don't have to ally yourself with her. You can say, "Sorry, this isn't like something we can do."
Well, she's gonna say if you are hunting Arctis climber, it seems as if our goals align, at least for now.
Trey's just gonna look at him.
We have
Elena just
we have we have some friends actually back at camp a little ways away. They're a bit away though. And we would have to consult with them about making any sort of allyship, but surely you understand.
If you are looking for protection in the camp, I can certainly serve as a watch. If our goals do align, I would be happy to travel with you in the hunt for this rat Arctis climber. We can smash him together!
I would, and then betray her.
Ooh. Oh my god, yeah.
My second option was that we could betray her, but she seems really nice. I'd rather her go.
Ooh.
She is
Again,
very
we have to consult our friends, but the words
where
smash
you are,
them together.
She kind of leans over to Nim and says, "For a small folk, you are very beautiful."
Nim constantly getting pussy. I love it.
That means so much coming from someone as exquisite as you are.
Exquisite.
Um,
Flattery will get you most places, but again, giant,
size
small
differences,
folk.
yeah.
Logistically, it presents some problems.
Logistically, however, Nim just stands there smiling.
I do prefer the company of a more feminine presence.
Damn.
I would like to insight check her on the thing of offering to protect us.
Sure.
Like specifically on that.
Sure. Go ahead, insight check.
Oh, motherfucker.
She seems, honestly though, she seems pretty straightforward. All things considered.
Well, I'm sure we do appreciate the offer. Will you be staying around the area? And he just points to the campfire and shrugs.
This is a good place to stay for the evening for me. It is very comfortable, similar to where I come from. And she just kind of takes the time to adjust her hair and make sure she's still looking good. And just.
Well, how about this? We head back towards the camp, where we can
talk with our group,
discuss with our companions, and then we will
can
get
come back
to
and
you in the
talk
morning.
to you.
Perhaps once we're all rested.
That is agreeable. Remember, I will elevate you, the first of the small folk, amongst the top tier of small folk heroes and allies. This will be unprecedented. Will be legends. Heroes for returning the Ring of Winter.
Is she saying that the status she would gain by returning this ring would allow her to, like...
Pretty much.
Yes, so go ahead and make a history check, and then anyone else that's proficient in history, I would also like you to roll a history check as well.
I'm proficient. Oh, 18.
Okay,
also proficient in history?
I went ahead.
Good. I'm not proficient in history,
but, well, you can make the initial roll for asking the question. Ooh, okay. Okay, Allery. The ordning is the status cast of giants. It is what separates the cloud giants from the storm giants. The storm giants being at the top of the tier, followed by the cloud giants, and then I believe the frost giants, stone giants, and hill giants. She's speaking of the time of the ordning, or the new ordning, or whatever she's saying. There seems to be something happening in giant society related to the ordning that is curious and concerning. If she is trying to elevate herself to a different position, that is unheard of in giant kind. They have a very, very rigid caste system. Now she's speaking of the All-Father and of the Mother, the deities of both the Uthgard tribes to the north, the Vikings, and of the giants. Norse mythology, essentially. And it's very interesting, and she's speaking about some kind of revolution happening in giant society, some kind of shattering of the status quo. And being out here so far to the south, willing to put herself at risk to make alliances, something big is happening. Pun intended. Something curious that Elena seems to be very single-minded in her focus of completing her mission for the Zentarum, but Thera Permafrost seems to be sort of a pioneer amongst giant kind as far as making her way all the way down into the jungles, especially for a frost giant. But something seems to be happening in giant society. With all your insight checks, concerned, curious about what exactly is happening. Seems legitimate enough.
Boy, how will I react? Okay. So our plan though is to go back to camp, talk about it tonight, and then maybe return tomorrow. So we should be good to do that.
I kind of do like a curtsy at her, and I go, "Then we will talk to you tomorrow."
She just kind of like twirls the one braid of golden hair, and
you're such a lesbian. I love you.
And just.
Bye,
I would
icon.
prefer it if we could talk more tonight, of course, but I can wait until tomorrow.
Nim looks at Trey.
I played a woman.
Nim?
Yes.
let's head back to camp.
Okay.
He's just gonna kind of nod at the giantess and just wait for Nim to start walking away.
Okay.
Nim,
Don't keep
To-
me
to
waiting
then
too
walk
long.
behind him.
I will try not to keep you waiting too long. And then Nim has, turns and walks away.
Okay.
Trey is fully like as like they're walking away. Trey's just holding his forehead like gods, just go over and over and over again.
You've gotta fuck this giant. Rory.
How?
Rory, you absolutely
Good
gotta fuck this
try.
giant.
You guys,
I love
I'm a
that.
climber like a tree.
oh my god. Essie, for our sake, please tell us how big a giant is. Aren't they like 12 feet?
She's about 10.5 feet tall.
You can stand on my shoulders. She is
Twice the size.
Because they down.
Whale sex? How you need a third person?
Oh my god.
Gods.
He just needs to lay down.
Jail. All of you, jail.
All of you are in jail.
It's kind of like how Donkey from Shrek and the dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well,
He was able to do it. You cannot tell me that Donkey was not a bard. I will
Ashley,
not accept
Ashley,
it.
you have to let
Donkey
Rory
was a
fuck
bard.
this giantess right now.
if half of you don't kill her first, it's a possibility.
If
We don't want to kill her, but like
if you don't kill the giant, I can get some frozen puss.
I would absolutely.
Nim, go ahead and give
Giant
yourself
frozen
DM
roast,
inspiration for making me laugh. That's amazing.
Your turn.
Well played.
Oh, I don't like any of this.
Well,
Elena,
yes.
we need the ring. We can't like make a deal, try to figure out a way. I mean, we could be potentially putting the next giant queen on the throne here by
We
giving
could
her.
be making a really big alliance with the winter. You know?
One of you make a persuasion check at advantage.
I probably.
Okay, at advantage.
I have a 3 for persuasion.
Is it between me and Reese?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you
I
want to
have
give
a
me
thr-
advantage?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage. Is your bonus higher than mine?
I have a +4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can go
I'll
ahead
give
and
you
roll
advantage.
persuasion. Allery. Okay, 23. She just kind of crosses her arms on the way back to camp and just... Fuck my life.
No.
I suppose we could just... Fuck.
I mean, worst case scenario, right? The Zentarum gets a little bigger, we go get the ring back from the giants, right? I mean, we know where it is.
Let's work with the giant for now. We can see how the road progresses and what happens when we get to Arctis Climber. I think that having allies along the way will be useful. And when you're all a bit more seasoned, when we've had some more time and experience under our belt, perhaps we can cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm reluctant, but for now, I can't see any harm in a temporary allegiance.
Can we
At the
send a
very
missive
least.
up the chain
We want to
asking about a potential alliance with the frost giants?
We could, but
Let's
we still
make
have
it
the
through the night first before we start sending missives about abandoning the Dreadlord's quest for the Ring of Winter, yes?
That's fair.
And then we can revisit it again tomorrow.
Right? We get our snake back soon?
Hopefully.
Yes.
We literally just sent it out in the morning though, so it might be like a day or two.
That's actually probably very accurate. The Beatrix will probably not return until tomorrow morning or the morning after, but in the meantime we have Daria, and she just kind of snaps her fingers and you hear that from the woods as Daria kind of just emerges and squeaks, and the small
Daria.
compy just...
I was mostly meaning
sorry.
just in case we needed to send another missive. We will have the ability to do that.
Well, I think that waiting for Beatrix to return would give us enough time to just kind of feel out this giantess. I think
I
for
would
some
love
of us,
to help feel out that giant.
I-
Bet you would.
you know, you
Nim,
beat
go to
me.
horny jail.
Can I like bonk Nim?
Well, before you do, Elena says, you beat me to the pun, Nim. I was exactly going to say that some of you may be more inclined to feel out the giant than others, it seems. Despite the fact that, well, she is a giant, and
Don't
I am
knock
not.
it till you try.
I'm not going to question your preferences, but I will say it's interesting, to say
I
the
would like
least.
to bonk Nim. I would like to bonk Nim.
I fully sling my arm around Nim's shoulder, like, all right, Nim.
No,
Get
I
it,
love-
girl.
I certainly wish you luck. Logistically, I think a giantess is more feasible. So if your preferences align, I wish you the best.
Is this you telling us that she's a bottom?
What?
Nim is a switch.
No, I was saying no, Eryn. I thought she was saying that the giantess was a bottom by saying she's more peaceful.
No, I think she's implying that logistically.
Giant male giants, appendages.
Yes, something along those lines.
You're gonna make me blush.
Right now.
I just
The
had this
gossip?
conversation, and luckily
Dude,
we're.
the gossip in
you
Nim and
had to
Reese's
make-
tent
you
tonight
had
is
to
gonna
make the
be.
frost giant female? You had to?
Yeah.
Got big
I
hands.
just had a
The
logistical
gossip in Nim
conversation.
and Reese's tent tonight is gonna be amazing. We're
I
gonna be drinking that Tej, like, yo.
I did just have a logistical conversation about exactly this with my boyfriend earlier today, which is interesting. Luckily, we're an 18+ stream, so something along the
So
lines
glad
of
we're an 18+ stream.
yes. I'll go into detail later off the stream because still, even then,
We don't want to cross too many lines here.
right.
That's why I
right.
was like, appendage was the best word to describe.
Well, no,
Love that
we're
you were like,
talking about
appendage?
talking about lesbian giants, talking about the logistics of lesbian giants.
Tell me more.
Trey kind of wants to.
How big
kind
are
of-
them?
Honestly,
Think of how big that mouth is, though.
Oh my god.
How big that tongue is, though.
Go to jail. I'm
I didn't think about.
You're in
For,
jail. No,
for anyone
stop.
just joining us on the stream, they're talking about this lady. Theora Permafrost, who they just met, who's waiting at the
You're in
Arctis
jail.
Climber camp 10 minutes to the north, and who has a
Can
budding romance option with our bard.
Can I actually bonk him with like the flat side of the
Sure.
battle?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
bonk. No damage, but
I'm
yes.
bonking.
I hate that you got so flustered you dropped stuff. What are you doing?
Why did we switch back to the ice?
I
Oh,
was
no,
just
I
showing
To
the
look at the
stream.
lovely lady.
Yes, to
okay.
look at Theora
Um,
Permafrost again. So,
true.
Salida just kind of, what's in the name of the gods are you all talking about?
Don't you worry about it.
Oh, sweet summer child.
Allery's
Uh-huh.
gonna be like, that is a conversation that best caught up with your bunkmate, I think. It's time for bed, right? I'm exhausted.
Yeah, dude. I am running on fumes right now. I think it's time for.
Well, as you all set up camp for camp has basically already been set up. You spent the first half an hour to an hour or so as you were investigating setting up camp, and then Hella and Salida really put the finishing touches on the camp as well. So
How often
You are
do
ready?
we, like, arrive at a campsite and then we're, like, the 5 of us are like, alright, we're gonna fuck off, and then we just leave the navigators to, like, put
Oh.
everything up?
But-
well, I think within the first 20 minutes or so, you all kind of began, as you were unloading and it was still raining, you began to set up the tents. You took about half an hour, 20 minutes to set up the base of the campsite, and then after about 20 to 30 minutes or so, then you set out to investigate this icy camp. So, I would like to know who's...
Before everybody, like, splits off for the night, Nim looks
Yes.
at the group that had just, gone and was like, I took initiative on that. You're welcome.
Hey,
I'm very glad you are not a lovely white paste on the snow, Nim.
I took a chance and it worked out.
June says, honestly, I'm just really fucking jealous.
I have to take a chance on being stuck in my head from freaking Mamma Mia now.
Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance.
So, who is taking
singing
the...
ABBA, I'm actually gonna have a crisis.
Who's taking the first watch?
Very best.
I'm saying that.
Now that we have become a giantess ex humanoid smut channel. Who is taking the first watch for the evening?
Not me, I did terrible last time.
Allery.
Trey.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like Nim and Reese will go on the next watch, probably.
All right. So Allery
If
and
that's
Trey.
cool with you, Rory?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, did I need to verbally say yes?
Okay. All right. So I gotta fix the
So
camera.
we're taking second watch, right?
Yes, this is fine. I haven't been waiting 2 weeks for this.
Ooh,
All right. So
I'm all flustered, y'all.
as you all retire to your respective tents after your encounter with the giantess.
Sexy lady.
Yes. Trey and Allery, right? For first watch?
Yep.
I know, sorry, I know I had to ask that 3 times. I apologize.
That's okay.
Trey and Allery take first watch in the evening as the clouds from the rain that had fallen for most of the day eventually completely dissipate. And you are left with clear evening skies, beautiful starlight and moonlight, and a near full moon, and this eerie calm, if not a cool breeze, that blows through the wind. I need you both to either make perception checks, or one of you can make it at advantage for your first watch.
What's your bonus?
I'm at +2.
Same.
Want to make individuals?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so go ahead and both make it. Okay.
14 and 7.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay. All right. Nothing seems to catch your eye other than the movement and the sound of the giant. Giants, in their own way, are intimidating enough to most predators that most predators will stay away, given the size, and I think most predators normally are curious about humanoids anyway, but being 10 feet tall, 10 or 11 feet tall, is certainly an advantage. Now, other than that, you don't sense anything out of the ordinary. And as you kind of lock eyes and make eye contact, given that you hadn't really had the chance to follow up after your spiritual battle and test of faith in Vecna's Flying Fortress, will certainly be an interesting conversation for the two of you if you choose to speak. But at that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. And we will return
For 10
at...
more minutes.
Yes. So for everyone for everyone that has been joining us in the stream, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 11:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Feel free to get a drink, stretch your legs, get a snack. Thank you so much for hanging out with us so far. Enola MI, hello. You caught us just for break time. So we're about the halfway mark of the campaign for the evening. We're going to return in about 10 minutes, so 11:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to return with Trey and Allery discussing their on first watch after meeting the giantess, the frost giant Thera Permafrost, whose goals in eliminating Arctis Climber, the rogue human who had made off with this giant relic. In the middle of the jungle, though, of all places, meeting this frost giant where our bard has had a burgeoning romance option with the giant lady. We're going to return in 10 minutes. So stay tuned for that. And there is also your D100 roll of 100 that we have not yet addressed, which we will upon our return. So at 11:55 Eastern Standard Time. Yes, we'll continue.
I thought that was the frost thing.
No. So
we need to get through this conversation quick.
Yes. So we will continue at that time. So again, everyone, grab a drink, stretch your legs, take a bio break, whatever you need to do, and we will be back at again 11:55 Eastern Standard Time. So 9 minutes. All right.
That's so evil.
Sharpening blades and consuming good berries. Be right back.
Blade.
Mute and mute. Also, I'm going to unmute now.
Okay.
I'm gonna unmute. Return it. Yes, we are. Object
Oh,
size.
also, my roommate might be watching. My roommate might be watching the rest of the stream. So
Welcome.
Is Nick here? Does anyone know if Nick is in the stream?
I haven't seen them say anything in a while, but
Nick,
I know the
talk to
other
us in the
Gabe is here.
Discord if you are here.
I know the other Gabe is in here because I
Nick,
was
you're
texting.
on Discord because we love you.
Yeah,
well,
we want you here with us.
as you all find sleep for the evening, Trey and Allery, you find yourselves alone together on watch for the first time since your cosmic incident. Your watches have been uneventful so far. What do you do and or say to each other?
Allery is throwing pebbles into the fire occasionally.
Trey just kind of.
Okay.
Seems like
Fair enough.
Yeah, I know that giantess thing. Crazy. Who knew we'd run into one of those here?
Gonna take off his helmet, place it beside him. Stare at Allery. The giantess is what you're. Why are you like this?
Oh, that is such a big question. I don't even know how to begin to answer that. Please narrow your question down.
Oh fuck. Well, for starters, want to talk about how the whole, what's her name? Mynoghra
Mynoghra, yes.
thing?
One of the
happened
great
when-
old ones.
Ah,
I wasn't always, soldier person. Never was really into that. I used to be a very weak person. Did my own thing, traveled around, did my work. One day, my little caravan was hit by some bandits. Yeah, they took something from me and tried to kill me, and I made a deal I could not refuse.
caravan.
Hmm?
You traveled in a caravan?
It was mostly just a work caravan. Anywhere you could find work, you kind of all traveled together. Fields, mines, anything.
Fair enough. Well, did you ever try find people who attempted to kill you?
Oh. You don't have to worry about them anymore.
Ah, so I'll take it you deal with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad. At least that. You just kind of look into the fire for a bit and be like, you mentioned a child. Was it a child? Child. Family, I assume?
Allery's gonna kind of squint at you. Are you really gonna ask a parent about their child?
A parent? Well,
Allery's gonna slowly start to pull out their tome. Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
yeah. I just hope you're not bullshitting me.
Allery's gonna open up their tome, and in the front pages, you watch as the book unfolds, and there's in between slotted drawings and letters that are all done by a child that get progressively better. There's like pressed flowers. There's like very horrid writing on letters as they fold open. And it all just kind of like folds open as they open. And it's the same one that they use for their spell books. It's like the first half is all this journal stuff, and the second half has like their spell tomes. So they flip open to like one of the first pages, and they flip open a drawing, and it's like of this horrendous set of stick figures and like block shapes. And Allery actually uses it. Allery's like, "This is my child, Espe. The greatest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Love them. They are my pride and joy. My favorite thing in the world is this child. Alright? Favorite thing in the world. Only thing I hold on to in this world. If anything happens to this child, I have nothing left to live for. Can I make..."
I gotcha. I wasn't aware you're a parent.
If anything happens to this child, I would have nothing to keep me tied here, and nothing to keep me good. any semblance of good. Now he's got to put it back in the journal.
Understandable.
You had
Although that does make me wonder, where are they right now?
Safe.
Since you're safe, as if you're
With a friend, or a friend of my late wife's, but a friend.
a wife. Okay, there is a lot I didn't know about you, friend.
Of course. Why would I tell you? I didn't trust you. I trust you now.
Ah, right. But he's just gonna kind of think to himself. So, mugged, killed, parents, wife.
Allery will
Any-
reach up and like lift up the locket. Wife.
Makes sense. Anything else you would like to share to your dear friend, potentially cosmic war criminals with associates?
Entirely depends, friend. What have you got up your sleeve? A past mother, so sorry about that. A deal, a vengeance plan against some people who hurt her. What else is floating around in that traumatized brain of yours?
He's just gonna like laugh and then like snap a twig and throw it into the fire. Keep it going. And just be like, well, so you know about my dear mother. I don't know how much I said, honestly. But we have dead mother, bastards who killed her, murdered pretty much a heavy majority of my tribe, so you can understand why I'm so hellbent on getting some semblance of revenge. Left my father behind to help with the tribe, set off to go find the cunts, ended up getting trapped in slavery, forced to work, and then he's just gonna stretch his arms a bit, and like the metal plates on like his arm is gonna fade, and it's gonna have like deep kind of scarring around his wrists.
Is that fucking camp?
What?
The camp, when they tied you up, did they do that?
No, this was other people, if you can call them people, which is why you can imagine I wasn't having a great time at the camp. Thankfully, Reese, I'm not entirely sure how she managed to get them to undo my bindings, but it still wasn't a good night for me. But anyways, after that, hold on, I didn't even mention the chunk of it. He's gonna kind of lift his cape and take out the book. Be like, so this bad boy, kind of.
Oh yes, please tell me about the bad boy that transported us not only across dimensions, but into your god's world and pissed my god off.
Right, so dear old my mother. It's kind of a very tragic story where my mother's mother was an adventurer of the sort, who came across this book. She gained great fortune, made a good name for herself with the Glow name, and he's gonna kind of twitch his pinky, and he's gonna have a family ring with like a family crest on it. Eventually, she settled down, and the States had my mother, to which promptly wizards kind of made their way through and try to kill everything in order to get the book back. Well, their old granny, who I never met, kind of put my mother on a horse, gave her the book, gave her a nut, slapped the horse in the ass, and off she was. Somehow she found herself in field mountains, not entirely sure, and met by a group of orcs, uh, who weren't very trustful, talking about spies and everything. Apparently, my father was intrigued and vouched for her. I'm not entirely sure. You know how people are when stuff like that happens. He kind of like, I happened. uh, not entirely a common thing. A orc and a tiefling.
Certainly more common than a giantess and a human.
I'm not entirely sure about that, honestly. The amount of things I have heard, things I wish I never did from just scum in general. Uh, if not, if not in reality, then at least some sort of fantasy or fiction. He's just gonna like kind of like ew. He's gonna go like ew, ew, like very uncomfortable. Well, yes. I was born. My parents tried to give me a decent childhood. He's gonna like kind of slump backward and just kind of just casually just like venting. Um, Decent childhood. Sure, I was bullied because of the hordes that somehow just keep getting bigger. And now I'm kind of glad my mother added the whole extra space because these keep growing. Apparently, he would have probably like most likely realized that his horns have been like very slowly getting bigger. Just like by a few inches. Um, well, then I got to the prime age of 19. My mother deemed it fit to pass down the family burden and just took me from the camp, set me out in a field, gave me the book and the holy symbol of the shadow, and just kind of said, "Well, kid, family is fucked up. People are gonna try kill you for this. Don't open the book. All of this." There was like a really nice note from my grandmother in it. That my grandmother gave my mother, all that kind of shit. Shortly later, soon enough, history repeats itself. Camp was invaded, people murdered for no reason other than a fucking book, and I was sent off after having watched my mother get killed. Tried to fight my way through to protect what I could. And yeah, this shit happened. Got enslaved, escaped. The shadow somehow helped me get back on my feet. And shortly after, Lady Moonfire's people found me, kind of saved me. Might be a
They are
strict word.
so good at that. They always find the people who are hurt and they like bring them back.
Yeah.
Emma will be right back. I can still hear you though.
Okay.
And I'll let Emily know if there's anything that Allery needs to say. I have to leave for that for a second.
Well,
Keep going.
yeah. It's strange. It's almost like people like to take advantage of those who have been hurt to fight for them. And he's just gonna look over at Elena's tent, like, ugh, what can one do?
All
But
right.
yeah,
All right. Who's up for the next watch?
I wanted to ask Valerie something else.
Y'all been talking for a while
You
already.
can ask Ellery something.
But since I unleashed my coffer of family and everything, tell me more about your parents or growing up. Things of the sort.
Also, who's up for the next watch, by the way?
That would be Nim and Reese.
Nim and Reese. Okay, and Valerie, are you still here? I know you said you can hear, but I want to make sure that's what they said, right? Okay, so go ahead, Gabe.
She needs a minute.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, in any case, Queen Kaya, Sighelm, Lost Gamer, Dracula, Absolute 20 Pod, thank you everyone so much for hanging out with us, coming to hang out. Very
Welcome,
cool.
Raiders.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a raiding party going on.
I saw that happening. Welcome,
I
Raiders.
was very content to just kind of create this NPC in the background that was going on. So for anyone that's watching secret DM stuff that's happening. Well, let me fix the camera real quick. So go ahead, Trey, continue. I gotta put my camera back on, so
Yeah, he's just
that will fix the cameras.
look towards Valerie and be like, I am curious to learn more about your upbringing or who you are and things like that. Since we shared that experience, It was an experience for sure. Since we shared that, might be helpful to know each other more. And of course, there's also the fact, what the fuck are we gonna tell the others? I am for telling them honestly what happened, just because if you're gonna be
It's a good
traveling with
question.
someone,
That was an interesting experience you had in Vecna's Flying Fortress. That
Ah.
spiritual experience.
I want you to know, Essie, we can see those personality trait ideal bond and flaw rolls.
That's fine. I'll take care of it after.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's yes.
So you asked about Allery, what?
like childhood and parents. Do
Allery just shrugged. Say, never knew my parents. Grew up on the streets. Didn't want that for my child. Or ever again, really. As far as what we're going to tell the others about what we went through? Is that what your second question was?
Yes.
I'm not an open person, Trey.
I've noticed. I
Trey,
haven't noticed.
you're the only one who knows I actually have a child and that I don't just give gifts to children.
Granted, that would be rather creepy.
Why? Children are so lovely. You can just give them things. They love it. Give them shiny things. They love it.
You just look at Allery.
No?
I'm not sure. Maybe orcs just treat kids differently, I guess. I'm not entirely sure how humans go with it.
Humans. No, I honestly think it would be best, if we kept most of what happened to ourselves. You know? I do like this group, and I think they're just fine and trustworthy, but here's my thinking. If we tell them that we are agents of cosmic war, the likes of
Yeah.
which will end the reality as they know it, they might have a bit of a problem with us.
Bit of an issue, I think, for most people.
Well,
Especially
fuck.
As we said, the title, by the way, for anyone just joining us, that is Trey down here by the fire. I was setting up a NPC courtesy of the D100 100 dice roll.
Fuck.
So we have a Trey, who's our half-orc boy here, and Allery right here by the fire on first watch. So go ahead, you two.
See, I do understand, and I get the whole weariness, especially with not the best upbringing and, not exactly being able to trust a lot of people. However, I am on the stance of, if you're going to travel with people and protect each other and lay each other's lives on the lines, should at least be upfront for most things, no?
I mean,
Unless you are still hiding things, then that's why you're taking that stance on the situation.
there's lots of things about me that aren't very interesting or noteworthy. It would take me a year to explain everything I've been through, all the weird shit I've seen.
Well, I guess it'll have to take a year.
We don't have a year, friend.
You don't know that. The whole Vecna thing probably won't be dying anytime soon.
Yeah, why did you choose that of all things? Did you
Uh,
choose it? Did he come to you with a gift? What happened?
Do you know what? I'm not entirely sure.
Is it the book? Was it just a book?
I woke up and all of a sudden I could fucking Eldritch Blast shit.
I have been trying to hide my Eldritch Blast.
I noticed.
True.
Yeah, it was hard.
Why?
It was I was trying to make it look all fiery. I used to want to be a wizard when I was a young child. I wanted to be a wizard so bad. But wizardry is very hard to get into, and it requires so much intelligence. That is not who I am as a person. I'm a much better talker.
Both Trey and Gabe relate. Right, so get it, you don't really want to tell the others a lot, but we've got to tell them at least something. Come on, honestly, at least.
I think the best
Especially
idea
since their
would
lives are-
be to tell them that we are gifted with power. It's the same thing for a cleric or a paladin, right? You make a little deal, you get a little magic. They probably just don't need to know that our gods want something very bad, you know? We could say our gods are warring, which is, in fact, very true.
It is cosmic warfare.
So that us being kind towards one another is probably driving them both a little batty.
which is hilarious to think
Oh,
about
it's so
because
good.
we are sat here reaping the benefits. So
Yeah, until eventually they do something, I'm sure, to make us want to either give up the magic or turn on each other, but that's so exciting, isn't it?
I know.
Ugh.
Wow. Whatever the fuck we do, Elena sticks out of it.
Elena stays out of it,
Yes.
alright?
Interesting.
And we're gonna do fair and square, meeting on same face-to-face terms, one-on-one.
So
As
all
we should.
all we're telling the others is book do magic shit and deities warring and we just can do cool shit now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. What could go wrong?
I mean, you can also say the thing where you gave a little offering to one of your deities' aspects, and for some reason it gave you the ability to raise the dead, which is what happened back at the camp. Because they probably want to know that. But,
Right. Yeah, that's something they want to know.
yeah. See,
Yeah,
my deity let me speak into other people's heads, and it's very fun. But not at all dangerous.
See, depends on your understanding of fun. Now, wreaking chaos and, making the people you hate the most, who you just, slaughtered, fight for you is quite fun and amusing to think about.
Yes, that was the start of the stream, by the way. Everyone just joining us. The Trey decided to use his newfound blessing to raise the fallen Order of the Gauntlet soldiers in the midst of a miniature civil war clash between birth of two new factions.
Not a funeral pyre, which was great.
Yes. Desecrating the funeral pyre in a way. Cosmic war crimes.
On accident.
Well, that's more of a more tangible war crime.
Shit.
Cosmic war crimes. It's fine.
Yes.
That's fine. Well, tonight has surely been.
Would you like to read with me some of the letters Espe wrote? They are adorable.
Oh,
She does get
absolutely.
better.
Absolutely.
And I'd like us to pass the rest of our watch looking through the drawings and letters that I have from my child. And showing some of the pressed flowers that they've given me and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's so cute.
It's so wholesome. You didn't think Allery was wholesome.
No. I do know Allery be hiding shit.
Allery has to protect their child.
All right,
I
so
mean, yeah.
the rest of your watch passes without an issue. And whoever, as you eventually return to your bunks and rouse the next watch, after sharing...
Allery would like to set an alarm before we go to bed.
Okay, all right, so you take the
In
time,
5 minutes.
silver thread and everything?
Yeah.
All right, so you take the time to spread the silver thread in a line along the outside of the camp, setting up your alarm spell, delicately
I will
positioning the
not-
side
it's
of the
over
wires.
20 square feet. So I think I could only do it inside our tent.
Okay, all right. So we'll keep it inside. We'll keep it on the exterior of your tent, at least.
Yes.
So whoever is taking the second watch for the evening, after that lovely interruption, and thank you, we're going to go ahead and have
That's
you step
us.
out for watch, and yeah, so that is Reese, and who else?
Nim.
Okay. All right, so I need both of you to make perception checks for me, please.
Do you want to give me advantage?
Right. What's your modifier again?
4.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
give you. Mine is a 3. Do you think we should both just roll, or should I give you advantage?
2.
Just both roll.
Don't make me make decisions.
Just both roll. I made the decision for y'all. There
All
we
right,
go.
yeah, let's just both.
Hopefully this cute.
Yours is better.
Okay.
Yours is 4 points better.
All right.
It's probably
22.
my karmic debt for rolling like so many nat ones in my Friday game.
So, the interesting thing about the 100 on your percentile dice roll.
Oh gods.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
The
Oh, boy.
interesting thing about
How did I know
that
it was gonna be us?
We
Is
just lucky
that
like that.
the 100 as written in the module version that we're using is default to encounters Zentarum allies. But obviously being a Zentarum aligned party, the Crystal Coven Chimeras, having Hela Hackenstone and having Elena with you, Viper Elena, or Viper Grade 2 Elena, I should say, it defaults to something a little bit different. So,
Oh, no.
Reese, as the two of you just gaze out into the forest, how do you talk to each other? What is the conversation that comes to mind, or
Where
are you just enjoying the silence by
I think
the
we're
burning embers of
probably
the fire?
gossiping about
The frost giant?
The
Absolutely
frost
gossiping
giant.
about the frost giant.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, if there's nothing specific and it's just about your new love interest, I'm gonna say that the area around you seems to grow darker. And you can see the stars and the moon in the sky, as you always have. But something isn't quite right. You hear in the distance, like just the faintest hint of electricity, of sparks, as the night seems to grow slightly darker. What do you do?
Did you
I
see
know,
that?
I know.
Oh, I just said, did you see that?
I know I'm
Or
already like pretty blind here, but did it just kind of did it get a little darker?
I think it got a little darker. Do you hear
That's
that
weird, right?
buzzing? It's like electricity. What is that?
Is that not the insects? Is that...
Electrical insect.
Electric insect.
I don't know what kind of insects are around here.
I mean, true.
I need. Just double check
no.
on the. We're gonna have PTSD for some of you that are in multiple groups.
Eryn, please no.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, I need everyone at disadvantage, except for Reese and Nim, who get to make the rolls as standard rolls. I need everyone to make wisdom saving throws.
And we're just rolling them standard.
You're just rolling them standard.
No.
One sec.
I rolled a nat one.
I think
Eryn, you are so evil.
I'm
no.
trying to figure out, y'all. Am I gonna use my inspiration that I just gained from the
Use it,
DM?
Please.
If
you would
like to, yes.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay. All right. So that is a 21. Okay. All right. So that would be a stand. Well, all right. So Ellery,
I'm so
17. All right. All right.
I hope 17 saves from whatever this is, because
Okay.
if not, we're dead.
All right.
Guess who it is? Oh, I hate this. No. No.
Well, it's a nice thing that I had that inspiration sitting there for that joke earlier.
Well, good knowing you, Reese. Fuck.
Oh God, yeah.
You
Oh no.
You hear a
I
voice.
straight up rolled a natural one. I'm so pressed.
You hear a voice from the woods, or from the jungle. And I will say that, Nim, you succeed. You hear a voice from the jungle. This is interesting. Please, maybe sit by the fire. And you see a heavily armored figure with pale skin and darkened eyes and kind of white, scraggly hair blowing in the wind slowly emerge from the jungle. And just kind of casually walking towards the camp. And Reese, you think this would be a fantastic idea. You immediately think, huh, new allies. As this man, you can see the token now, just slowly begins to approach the camp.
Odd fuck.
Lovely night for
Sure,
a
by all
fire, isn't
means,
it?
friend.
How far away is the frost giantess from where we are? Like how many feet?
About 10 minutes, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, a few hundred feet at least.
Yeah.
And then you see another paler woman
Man, I
emerge
wish I
from
had sending at this point.
another woman in heavy armor, kind of clanks out of the jungle with a shield in her left hand and a nasty-looking longsword in her right, and says, "This is the Chimera." She says, "Is this the Chimera's camp? This is a bit shoddy, isn't it?" And just kind of falls in behind this white-haired figure. She also has silvered hair, and you can see this kind of stylized lion on her shield, and she kind of slowly drags the blade kind of just a few centimeters from the ground and kind of taps it and kind of plays with it in her hands. Slowly you're joined by another heavily armored figure, slowly emerging, noticing the course of conversation from the woods. A woman with silver hair and plate armor with a silvered braid, kind of a single silver braided knot falling to the back of her armor, and one greatsword just kind of slumped over her shoulder with one hand. And she just kind of grins and looks around and just says, "Did it work?" And the man in front says, "I think so. So far, so good." And she says, "Wonderful. So we're to join you by the fire, then?"
Yes, of course.
You see another figure slowly emerge from the shadows to the right. Long crimson cape kind of billowing in the wind with this rather nasty looking spear in his hands. Kind of platinum blonde hair and plate armor just emerging from the woods. And just kind of gazing about the camp. Huh. Beautiful day for a fire. And just kind of slowly approaches the fire and looks at Nim and Reese and smiles. What are you doing, Nim? They're just making their way out of the jungle, one by one. I'm gonna roll
just
stealth
gonna be like,
here.
Nims, can I read the situation to see if it would be best to play along to the, like, what Reese is doing?
Make a perception check.
I'm so sorry.
Ooh, that's a natural 20. Well, let's make a perception check here to see. Yep. Okay. So, let me go on to the GM layer here.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh
no.
god.
And I'll just, so y'all on the stream can see, kind of just.
Also vodka.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
Fucking Mynoghra, isn't it?
Why did you have to roll 100, Gay?
Another woman slowly emerges from the far side. With kind of a stylized undercut kind of swept over to one side, slightly curly hair. She just kind of slowly emerges and grins, and also from this side looks just over to her left for a second, and then scans the camp as they all just slowly approach the fire. I'm going to start sharing some images here from who you can see. All right, that's the woman with the great sword slumped over her shoulder.
She's hot.
And then you have
the worst thing. She knows the worst thing. Everyone in fucking fourth grade.
this guy in the
so
front.
Fucking hot. And they're such cunts.
And then on the right, we have this woman with the. This is the sword and board lady. All right.
Hot.
And then
Hot.
man with the flowing red cape, the billowing red cape, the cloak of billowing. right here.
The cloak of billowing? Are you kidding me? I hate this man so much. I don't
God.
know anything about him. Cloak of
This
billowing.
man is a
we
tool.
die.
I know he is a
Emma.
tool.
And
Emma,
this woman emerging from
doesn't
the
the name
forest.
Oh my
Jin
god, she's
sound
Oh
hot.
no,
familiar?
she's hot.
He's hot.
And what?
And
Oh,
you
no, she's
hear
hot.
you hear a voice from Elena's tent. That's just, ladies and gentlemen, I seem to have found her.
You know what? If you fucking kill Elena, I'm fine with that.
Oh my god, no.
Polita.
She spilled coffee everywhere.
And
Oh, no.
this man in the front just, oh, that was easy. Pardon us. And just lovely night for a fire indeed. And they all kind of slowly start converging over by the tent here.
Oh my god, Nim, you gotta do something. I can't do anything.
You think these are just fantastic people, as you failed your wisdom saving throw, and you're just happy to have company by the fire.
And I am asleep. I might have succeeded, but I'm asleep, so I can't do anything.
And
Rory, you gotta do something.
I don't know what to do.
this man slowly approaches
Wake up
the two of
everyone
you
else!
and says, "Say, you're all Crystal Coven Chimeras, yes?
Yes, we are.
Have you considered a more lucrative form of employment? Perhaps a different agency, a different organization, benefactor, that sort of thing?"
Oh, what sort of organization?
I represent the interests of the Dawn Viper Concord.
Ah, the Dawn Viper.
I heard you had a bit of an incident with some zealots in Camp Righteous. Terrible business. I apologize. At this point, you hear a scream from inside the tent from Salida.
Oh.
Would I be alarmed by this at all?
Will we wake up?
It's more of a gasp of uncertainty. But I would like everyone to make I would like everyone that's asleep to make a perception check. Standard perception check.
Essie, would I be like concerned that like one of the fucking people in my party is screaming right now?
Make an insight check from Reese. Nope.
I'm guessing I'm awake.
Okay.
I'm
Dune,
guessing I do not give any shit.
Dune
but-
and Allery immediately spring up. And you hear the slashing of blades and the crack of, almost like the crack of thunder from inside. Like, it's a gunshot. And Reese, you are no longer under the effect of the spell. Neither is anyone else for that matter.
I cast
But you are
darkness.
all in a very precarious situation, and at the gunshot, you are all roused from your slumber. And
I
you
want to
hear another. You hear curse. You hear "Fuck" from Hela, and just kind of muffled gasps and screams from Salida, and then you hear, "Don't resist, darling, we're not here for you."
Oh my god, no, Elena!
I mean, I don't care about Elena. I don't want help.
Particularly care about any of them.
I like Elena.
I like them. I just, you
Yeah,
know,
We need Elena. Elena's our person.
And
yeah, Elena's our fucking contact, dude.
emerging from the tent with a smoking pistol is this woman, who says, "Well, that was easier than I thought. Consider the job done. One more member of the Black Sun. Mark them off." Now, this is far too easy, considering the quick work we made of pitiful servant of the Raven Queen back in the Serpent Hills. And this man in the front says, "Yes, indeed. Mission accomplished, everyone."
I couldn't have taken them by myself.
And they
That's
all
all
kind of
right.
slowly start to emerge from the tents.
So are they only taking Elena?
Looking at Nim like, you let me just let them walk in!
Oh, is Zoe dead?
And
Or Elena?
Elena's dead.
the man
Elena's
in
dead.
charge says, "Now, who would like to consider new employment, seeing as how your previous employer is no longer of this world?"
Trey, you know how to bring people back?
I need a few days. I think
Oh, trust me, there's no bringing this one back.
she's dead as fuck.
yeah, she's
I
dead.
don't know what to do.
We aligned ourselves with Force Grey
No.
right now?
Absolutely, they're fucking ourselves. Absolutely
Like,
not.
How do we get out of this situation unscathed?
Allery will step forward and say, "We have no particular alignment to any one group.
Well,
Make your
now,
case."
Fucking assholes.
Hush.
now, those are the words that... Those words are music to my ears. Let's just put it that way. Here is someone who is more than likely the leader of your group and who shows great promise. Someone who's not bound by... Yeah. Someone who knows which way the tides can turn and who is smart enough to recognize an opportunity in the face of overwhelming and superior might. That being said, I know that you all have an important mission here in Chult. The Soulmonger is a danger to us all. And you hear in the distance the loud rustling through of branches. And this man here says, "It seems as if we have company to the north." And they all kind of slowly turn up towards where the frost giant is.
Oh no.
And slowly kind of
Don't kill her.
crashing through the woods.
That is our companion, or possibly a future one we might make. We have a deal we are working on with her.
They
Very good allies
stop
you'd make.
and kind of look at Allery as Thera. Where is Thera? As your frost giant friend just kind of slams through the last little bit of foliage and branches with her axe drawn and just... "I heard commotion. Who are these people?"
Easy there. Possible allies.
We are working on, something.
And
Put the blade away.
make a persuasion check. Just in general.
Who? Me?
Who said
Dude is
put-
not happy with how this is going.
Okay, who said put the blade away?
Me.
Okay, yeah, so she slowly kind of like raises an eyebrow and slowly kind of lowers it just a bit. And
Fair enough.
the man with a heavy accent says, "Look at that, a smart frost giant." And she kind of raises the axe back up just a little bit. "Watch your tongue, small one, or I'll cut it out. Shove it up your ass." And the woman back
Tastes
here
better
kind
that
of
way.
giggles and just... That's a good one. I like that. Garrick, you should definitely consider that. And he just kind of shoots her a nasty look and looks back towards the frost giant. This man in front, my name is Jin Ishii. Lion Crown. Force Grey. Commanding. I would like to offer you, again, as I said, employment with the Dawn Viper Concord. Consider yourselves to be paid in double for whatever paltry sum you are being paid by the Zentarum. I assure you that we can pay you at least double. We can negotiate again in the future when the time comes.
We just take a time out.
The fact that both Rory and Elle immediately went, double, you say? Killed
A
me.
double
Continue.
pay?
Sorry, Effie.
This woman here, I can see that you're all very intelligent people, and it would be a shame to have further bloodshed tonight. So, if we could all come to some sort of a mutually beneficial agreement, I think that my companions and I would be most agreeable to allow you to continue again, as our Lion Crown had stated, the most important work of finding the Soulmonger and destroying it. Our goals align with yours, but we continue to search for members of the Black Sun. That is our primary directive, unfortunately. These are terrible people responsible for the fall of Elturel. Now, in a way.
Well,
Is there any way you would give us a little bit of time to mull this over?
well, time isn't really something we need.
Time is something
Of course. But just as a bit of insurance, our friend Damien here will need a bit of your blood. Just a small drop.
You may not have my blood. A hag already has my hair.
Well, unfortunately, this is not negotiable. Unless...
You need to take a little bit of all of our blood?
Just a drop of everyone's blood. You see, our friend Damien here is a bit of an expert in tracking people. He's been keeping tabs on people, and we'll call it a bit of a safeguard, considering you are technically agents of the enemy at present.
Well,
I mean, why is my first thought, though, just for Reese fucking saying, I don't have any blood?
well,
It's so dumb.
Inside of you, perhaps we can attempt to keep our status with the Zentarum. It would be very handy to have someone in the inside, no? Considering we've been promoted to what, wolves at this point?
Again, I am not opposed to an alliance. In fact, I'm the one that suggested it. But in order for us to proceed, we will just need a drop of everyone's blood. Consider it.
Cut his finger and his axe again and just... Here you go.
Well, this is much more of an agreeable company than some of the other parties we have encountered. After all, your reputation as mercenaries precedes you. I'm happy to see that you are... I'm happy to see that you are all agreeable. We don't need the other two.
I am not agreeing to this. This is stupid.
Cosmic war criminals have nothing to fear.
Alright, who is not agreeing to this?
I mean, I'm gonna agree. I'm just not happy about it.
Nim pulls out their dagger and just gets a little bit of blood from
Right, so...
What happens
on the
if I
finger.
disagree?
You get killed.
So this guy and with the white hair just slowly he has several vials. He has 5 individual vials, and he just very good, thank you. And they're clear liquid, and as a drop of each of your blood gets dropped in there, it just swirls around and creates this dark red liquid, as if the whole vial has been filled with your essence or blood. It's kind of slight bit of mist swirling in the vial as one by one he collects all of them, and they all kind of approach Dune.
I don't want to do it.
Dune, you darling. Just a little prick.
Come on, Reese. It's just a little blood, or you're afraid.
Before I give you my blood, what is it that you expect us to do for you?
Nothing yet. For now, just continue your mission, and you can contact us through magical means, which I know you have the ability to do. Should you encounter any members of the Black Sun, or any high-ranking members of the Zentarum, we'd be happy to come remove them from your periphery.
these people to have my blood. I'm scarred from the hag situation.
I
It's
do
either
not
this
want
or
anyone
that,
to
my friend.
have. I'm already
gonna
This
fucking.
or
cut my
death.
finger and just kind of drip some very unenthusiastically.
Okay, so that just leaves Reese.
What will you be doing with our blood?
They're gonna use it to track us. It's not that hard of a
Let
concept.
Essie answer.
Yeah, let Essie answer.
So
It was
this
already
man
explained.
who identified himself as Damien Garrett. So far as names, you know Damien Garrett and Lion Crown Jin Ishii. Damien
Lion
says
Crown?
Lion Crown.
This one's on
Yeah,
my
I know
hit
this
list.
dude with a fucking tool.
This one's on top, number 2 on my hit list.
So this guy down in the south here, Damien, says, "Very easy. It's just a means for me to track you, just in case things go sour. You are, as our Lion Crown did say, agents of the enemy, technically, foreign and enemy combatants. And well, we're doing you a favor, so to say, by not killing you. I'm sure." And he kind of gestures over to the woman with the long braid, and says, "Poor Marlena has been bloodthirsty for some time, and every time we seem to encounter some of these Intarim's best, so to speak, they all either turn tail and run or agree to work with us, which is beneficial, but no one's put up a fight, and she is thirsty for one. I can tell you that. So call it a bit of insurance just in case."
I kind of hold out my hand towards Nim as a gesture to have Nim give me a dagger. And I prick my finger and do the smallest drop of blood ever.
And you can see as he smiles, he has slightly larger than usual canines, concerningly larger canines than the average person. And he just kind of grins, and as he takes your blood and just, "That will do." And they kind of start to just form up in formation.
Are they
Oh.
gonna zap out?
Yes.
Oh, I know what I want to do immediately after.
And this woman in the back says, "Oh, and if you didn't know, the woman in the tent, Salida, that you follow, is a Yuan-Ti, and she works for, well, you know the tale about the Yuan-Ti that ended up conquering most of Chult and setting up an empire in the jungle, and picking off merchants and that sort of thing. She is an agent of your enemy, and she has been reporting your every move back to the city of snakes, so to speak. So, have fun with your guide, Salida. Do with her as you will. I will leave her judgment up to you, but she has been reporting your every move back to the lost city of Omu. Wherever it is exactly, we have yet to determine, but we have more pressing business with hunting down the Black Sun. So she has been spying on you the whole time, just so you know.
Alright, we're gonna kill Salida.
What the fuck have I been telling you for what? Like 3 months?
And she says, "Consider that
I've been
one."
agreeing with you this whole time.
Yeah, we weren't disagreeing. We know she's bad.
She says, "Consider
We
that
didn't
one."
like it. It was just for the sake of the plot.
Consider that one a freebie. Again, we will leave her judgment in your capable hands, and we appreciate your cooperation as we continue to hunt down these terrible people that have done great harm to our civilization. And the man in front says, "I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Amalia. Amalia is one of our best speakers." Well then, there is more blood to be sated for the evening. And don't forget, there is certainly a more lucrative reward and a more room at the negotiating table for you if you do find any other members of the Black Sun. Be sure to report in immediately. He'll be back to assist
How would we go
you.
about doing that?
What's that?
How would we go about doing that? I can only communicate within a few yards. I don't think anyone here possesses the magic that would allow us to communicate with you in that way.
Oh, come now. I'm sure between all of you, you have a sending or a message spell. Amalia. And the frost giant just kind of looks at all of you and is waiting for input, but just kind of remains at the ready with her axe.
Trey is gonna approach the giants, just ignore them, and be like, mind helping us out with something?
Depends on what it is.
One for them. One for
Remember how we were discussing a possible partnership? Yes, well, seems like one of our companions isn't very trustful. Was wondering if you could help dispose of her.
I would be happy to.
Perfect. Trey's gonna approach the tent.
Well,
Dude, Reese is already stalking over to that tent. She's
At-
pissed. She needs something to take out her anger
At-
on right now.
at that,
Get
the woman in the rather gaudy looking hat, and I'll share. She's the one that
I love her.
shot
I love her.
that shot Elena in the face.
Who's hot?
Oh no,
so,
she's hot.
so she just kind of looks at all of you and says, "Well, enjoy the rest of your evening, ladies and gentlemen." And just kind of blows on her pistol. I'm sure we will meet again at some point.
I look forward to it.
And I look forward to it as well. And I believe there's one last point of order. And as they begin to gather together, and a teleport spell begins to be cast by this woman in the back, who is now identified as Amalia. She begins to wave her hands and cast and trace arcane runes above her. The party begins to glow slightly. It is 6 in the middle, just with this kind of faint bluish light. The lion crown at the center just says, "Oh, right, and if you value the safety of your daughter, I think you would consider, or strongly consider, an alliance with us.
Oh, hell no.
We can certainly keep her safe and secure. Besides, the Centarum are dangerous people. You don't want her growing up in the wrong crowd, do you?" And they slowly begin to just slowly fizzle out. She'll be much happier under the protection of the Dawn Viper Concord. And they just... just like that.
I'm so pissed off.
They're gone.
I just imagine Trey just getting attached to the idea of Allery's child over like a few hours of like looking through notes, and Trey would take that personally as well. Also, do we get any spell slots in this short amount of time that's left?
Nope.
Or do we get to sleep? Because I want to kill this bitch right the fuck.
I'm waiting for us to no longer be having combat music because I'm afraid they're gonna come back and bite our ass.
I don't care. I want to kill fucking Celine. I've been waiting to kill her for months.
Let's question first.
No,
and
no,
then-
No, dude, I
wanna
agree. I'm
finish
just gonna
Oh.
stab this bitch. I can't deal with anything else right now. I'm fucking pissed.
I'm killing her and I'm
if we
using
walk
the
into
All
a
right.
trap, it's y'all's fault.
Yeah, okay, it's my fault, but I'm still
I'm
gonna
sorry, y'all. There was nothing I could do.
No, there
Okay.
wasn't. You did the best option, honestly. We don't know how strong they are. We've only been told that they are they're killers. They're just gonna kill us. The
they're
fact
at
that they
least
went in
level
there and
11.
one-shot Elena, that was one bullet. I
Well-
realized it was probably for story purposes.
Well, no,
but
that was
one bullet.
all of them. They all attacked her at the same time.
Okay.
Oh.
There was
So
like
the-
continuous stabbing, like, and then the gunshot. So.
Did we get any spell slots from the short amount of time it's left?
Also, oh my goodness, thank you everyone for all of the amazing subscriptions. Holy cow. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me
That was me. That was me.
scroll down.
Did you gift subs?
I gifted subs.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Rory. Thank
Wait,
you so
what's-
much.
I am.
And Dark Mad Hatter, thank you for the follow as well. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead and give yourself another damn inspiration. I know it's not much, but wow. Thank you. So,
Inspiration for gifting subs. I need to gift subs more often.
yeah. Anyway,
Um,
after that interaction, you find yourselves at a crossroads as you all kind of just are in shock of what just happened. What do you do? And Salida
I'm gonna
just
go stab Salida.
okay, make an attack roll.
Wait, I want to do
Hell
that
yeah.
too. Get any spell slots back?
All right, so
You have
both.
at least your Eldritch Blast and your Warlock spells.
I know, but I want Divine Smite.
Why am I like this?
16. The 16
Okay.
hit her.
Yes, roll damage.
Got an 8.
12.
All right, as you just immediately and kind of slash across her chest, she tries to dive out of the way, and I need anyone that wants to try and fight Salida to roll initiative because she's gonna try and
I
run
will.
the hell
I
out of
will.
there.
I'm a
I'll
yell
roll
for
initiative.
Allery.
Shoot.
I'm a yell for Allery. Allery, you promised.
And the Frost
God
Giant as
damn
well,
it.
right?
I always forget about the fucking initiative order. Fuck.
And she immediately drops her form, and you can see her much more snake-like Yuan-Ti pureblood form as she hisses at the
God
party.
damn it! I rolled the highest too. Oh, I did.
We'll just
yeah, I
share
did.
that.
Yeah.
I don't care. She can get fucked. I don't care if she's
hot.
whole. I don't care.
I love that the response for everything is just she's hot.
God, they're hot.
No, they're hot.
God, they're hot.
I hate that
Oh
I rolled.
no, they're hot.
I rolled an 11, but
It's really your fault, Eryn. All of your NPCs are hot.
Yeah.
I know. You can't. I really can't blame Nim for one of the.
Even the back.
How do you roll a 0 for initiative?
Incredible.
I love that
Negative-
for this big frost giant babe.
-1. She's
What a
slow.
babe.
She's a slow frost giant. Okay, who else is rolling initiative?
I think everyone rolled initiative. except
Yeah.
me.
We all
Okay.
just went, yep. We
Dude's
want to
about
get
to.
a hit on this.
So many people. Everybody about to die.
Damn it!
We're
I
just
rolled an
pressed.
11.
I rolled a fucking 6. I'm so pressed.
All right.
See, I rolled an 11, but I thought selected token. and I
All right.
didn't-
So wait. So you rolled an 11.
Yeah.
Oh,
but I-
What
Okay,
are the
that's-
repercussions
Oh,
from Force
what
Grey
is
gonna
it?
be
Sorry.
for killing her?
I don't know. You have to wait and find out. You have to wait and see.
I'm kind of disappointed in the giantess, but she's doing her best. It's okay.
She is. She is
You know
doing
what?
her best.
She came to our rescue.
Yeah,
For real.
Yeah.
I love her.
You know what? I made that good of an impression, okay?
She went, I heard a disturbance, so I ran all the way over here. Like,
Yeah.
hell yes,
She
queen.
went, I knew I should have protected those puny humans.
Uh-huh.
All right. So Reese is a 6.
Queen.
Rory's 13. Trey's 11. Mallory is, I see you, 15. And June, are you getting in on this initiative?
Yeah, I rolled a 22. I don't. I'm on a tablet. I can't click my token.
No worries.
to
I
do
can
it.
add it for you. Don't
I
you
like how
worry
you
about
rolled
it.
initiative 3 times and 2 of them were 22.
It
Yeah.
didn't show up.
It was 22. And
All
like,
right.
11,
Well,
22.
June, you're technically up first, though everyone's in the
Oh.
tent cornering Salida, and Trey has already taken a swing. You're still getting used to the crocodile halberd, Reese, as you kind of just... It's a little heavy, a little top-heavy, and you just thrust wide as she's able to, as she turns back into her Yuan-Ti pureblood form.
God, I'm so pressed.
And just, again, hisses at all of you like... Snack.
Girl, like, girl, you expected not to be found out? Come on.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
just
Block
trying
the
to
entrance to
keep
the
it.
tent.
catch up on the chat here.
I think the 30 feet plus
Yeah,
you have that like
that's-
weird free movement because you're tabaxi.
Oh, what did we call it in our other campaign, Emma? The Zoomie?
The
The
zoomies.
zoomies?
That's what we called the Tabaxi's like movement that they can do. We called it the Zoomies.
Love it. Okay. What action
I
are
don't
you
know.
holding?
So an action. So like that could be an attack. It could be a grapple. It could be.
Grapple. If she tries to run, I want to grab her.
Okay. All right. So she's gonna disengage. Go ahead and make an athletics or acrobatics check.
Whatever is higher.
Actually, we'll say athletics. Sorry, athletics. Athletics. Sorry, athletics to start. And then she gets to choose which it's going to be for her. We'll say
I hate that toy. I hate that toy so much.
acrobatics.
give everyone attack of opportunity? Because she's
She
not-
disengaged.
Yeah, she disengaged.
Fuck.
So, unfortunately, she rolled a 13. And you rolled a 10. So, she disengages, and she just dives out of the tent. And, Dune, as you try to grab her, just trying to throw your arms around her, she in a very slippery way, just slithers out of your grasp. And begins heading for the jungle. Mallory, your turn. Oh, I lost the camera again. Gonna fire that back up.
Blast this bitch.
How
Blasty blast.
does she look?
Make a medicine check.
Is this a free thing?
Yes.
Okay, because I wouldn't waste a
She
turn
only
on it.
took like 12
Free medicine
damage.
check.
What?
Difficult to tell. She seems pretty intent on getting out of there. I mean, she certainly doesn't want to die, so she's running very fast. As fast as she can. And didn't change the music just because it's, just one NPC, so. I think we need combat music for trying to slaughter the Yuan-Ti spy among you.
Alright. I guess Allery is going
This
to
is why we
cast
have trust issues. Sorry.
shatter right
Into
on
the
top
fence.
of her.
Okay.
She has to make a DC 14, I think it said.
Alright, as you square up and start tracing the silvery runes in the air.
Con save.
Alright. That is a fail. So you take the runes with both hands and just push your hands through them, and it starts to reverberate as the ground just shakes ever so slightly, just rumbling as this intense kind of sonic wave, also in unison with the rumbling of the earth. Just you can see the vibrations in the air just heading towards her as she kind of stops at the edge of 30 feet and just kind of holds onto her ears as they both start to bleed and lets out a scream. She takes 14 points of thunder damage. A scream that kind of turns into a hiss towards the end.
Did Reese and I get a full long rest?
Nope, not yet.
Allery's gonna step up to here and just kind of call out, like, I wouldn't try running. You might as well just come and take it. But I don't have a bonus action, so that's what I've done.
Alright.
I want spell slots.
Nim?
I am coming up here
You should have
and
two
ride
warlock
on
spell
her in a
Hmm?
way that it's not
Two
going to
warlock
affect
spell
anyone
slots.
else.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Leap.
Alright. Ooh. Yep. And I forget off the top of my head, is there a save with sleep, or is it just...
No, it's just if she has less hit points than that, she
That's
drops.
right. Well, I have good news. The leader is asleep. As
Stab her in the throat.
Nim runs
No.
towards the center of the fray and begins casting this purple kind of smoke just comes out of their hands as she weaves them. They weave the magic together, and it just surrounds Selita, and Selita just slowly begins to stagger as they just continue to manipulate that purplish glowing magic, almost with a grin of satisfaction. As Selita,
It's going to show I'm concentrating.
yeah, Selita eventually just collapses and falls onto the ground.
How
I would like
how
to go.
terrifying to be shattered, like attacked in your tent, waking up, have shatter and all this other shit happen, and then like you physically can't feel yourself move anymore. You just like stumble and you're like I'm gonna fall asleep and die.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go and
Pretty terrifying.
get my rope out and start tying her. Cause I'm not
Oh.
letting her run away whatsoever. 'Cause
Okay.
she's asleep.
Make a sleight of hand check for your knot. Okay. Yeah, you're able to tie a pretty good knot. You think she's not going anywhere. Where are you going to place her in the camp?
I want to drag her right to the center.
Onto the fire.
No. We're gonna kill her. We're gonna kill her in glory.
Okay.
In
You
glory?
drag her to the center of the camp.
Right. And I'm gonna call everyone over and be like, on free. Everyone just kill the fuck out of her.
The frost giant kind of eagerly makes her way over. Are we spilling blood today? A fine offering for the
Absolutely.
old father.
Yes.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
On free. Let everything fucking
This is
loose.
my kind of a sacrifice.
What the fuck is Hella doing?
She's asleep.
She just kind of like, she's like getting herself together and she's like in shock. Just slowly getting herself into the combat chair so she can kind of make her way out, and she's just kind of like completely taken aback by the whole situation. Doesn't say anything, just a look of shock and terror.
Alright,
With
it's
her
my
eyes.
turn now, right?
There and just
Wait,
close the
We're
tent.
out of initiative, and she just says,
Okay.
No. Leave it. I can handle a lot of things. I just need a moment.
I am having quite a night. I'm going to try to get Elena
My
out of this tent.
my iPad died.
No.
Alright. Oh,
Well, I'm killing this bitch. Here's
Me too.
alright. Well, again, the frost giant says, a fine sacrifice for the old father. This is my kind of an evening. And just takes the axe out and holds it to Solita's unconscious throat.
And then we get advantage because she's sleeping, right?
You don't have to roll. You do
Aw.
not have to roll.
Can Trey get the final hit since he's been wanting to fucking kill her
Yeah.
for ages?
Sure.
I wanna behead her. I
Sure.
wanna behead this bitch. And I want her head to purposely fall into the flame. And then as like after she's beheaded, just like kick her body onto the fire.
Make a performance check.
Fuck.
To be fair, she was the original.
Okay.
Incredible.
She was the original quest giver for this module. So
You get fucked.
Oh no, it won't turn. Okay.
You're dying. Oh, I feel so happy. Finally.
Okay.
Man, that sleep.
Don't worry,
Yeah,
I
you
have
did
I
so
have
good.
I have plans for two specific characters. And only one though. Well, you'll see. You'll see.
What?
You'll see.
Interesting.
You'll see. I have
Allery
plans.
is going to,
plans.
while they are doing that, wrap Solita up in her bedroll.
Oh.
Salida or Elena?
I'm sorry, Elena. Wrap her up in her bedroll.
Flame sword. Flame
Take
sword.
her little warlock. She has like a medallion thing, doesn't she? Or like a thing.
Yes. Yep.
I'm gonna take that. And then fucking, I guess start trying to drag her out. If Hella wants to help, Hella can help. But
Okay.
Are you gonna bury her?
Does she
No,
have the Hold on. Does she have the flame sword on her? Doesn't she have a flame sword?
Yeah, let's get her
Can I
shit.
can I
she's
take
not.
the flame
I'm
sword?
assuming she didn't go to sleep with her equipment on. I just wanted her body in the bag.
I want the flame
You're
sword.
already looting her.
Yes.
Including her.
Don't
Oh my
loot her
goodness.
yet.
I'm trying to burn her on the fire.
I want the flame sword. The flame sword is really fucking cool.
She'll turn into a walking corpse if we don't burn her body.
Yeah, that too. That's also a very good point. But I would like the
Alright.
flame sword.
Anyone that's proficient in perception, go ahead and roll perception.
Ooh.
Anyone that is proficient.
Nice.
Thank you.
Honors.
Where was that
lot better
roll
than
when I
my
got
7.
fucking put
Okay.
under a spell?
Reese, as this is happening, you see, and okay, first things first, you all just take a second to just execute Selita. As you all just in Trey, you swing your axe and decapitate her, and her head flies into the fire and ignites the fire. And you hear like a distant hiss as the flames. And Thera Permafrost, your frost giant friend, says, "A good sacrifice," and just kind of puts her hand on the wound and takes 2 fingers of blood and just makes a V on her chin.
Hot.
I mean, that's hot. Like,
That is hot, though.
That is.
it's
I love
hot.
Reese, you look over at the tent as you see Allery wrapping up the body, and you see a raven land on the top of the tent and just stop at the apex and just
What is the raven? What does it have to do with?
Oh my god, she's a fallen Osamir.
Meaning?
Oh no.
Meaning? Meaning?
That means that she could be fallen from like, because the Osamir are like angels essentially.
Yeah, would I know what's going on because I'm also a fallen Asmir?
make a religion check.
A religion check?
Seeing the raven
At
because Trey
advantage.
knows- because Trey knows that she followed the Raven Queen. Could I also see what's
17.
going on?
Yes, and also, wait, sorry, Trey, what was your question?
Oh, because Trey knows that she followed the Raven Queen. Could I also do a religion thing? See what's going on?
Sure.
Never mind.
No idea. Okay, so back to
Oh.
Reese. Reese, the raven is looking right at you. It just tilts its head, and you can see its eye, like, gazing directly into you, and it makes you slightly uncomfortable at first. And then you also look up at the sky, and these dark clouds, like black clouds, are slowly but surely drifting over the stars and the moon. Just
I'm gonna kind of nod my head at the raven, like still kind of like keeping eye contact with it.
okay.
I'm not sure what to do. What's going on?
All right. And
You go
The-
sup to the raven?
Yeah, I'm like, what's up?
Sup.
Well, no, I'm more like a respectful, like, okay.
the frost giant just kind of slowly puts her weapon back, and she kind of looks over and sees a raven on the tent, and you see her just kind of her face drop, and she immediately drops to one knee and slams her weapon on the ground and bows her head low, and she says, "All Father."
Oh no, God.
Odin. Ugh.
But
What?
nothing else happens.
What do I know from that religion check? Do I just have this interaction? Like what?
You had that interaction, and you feel like probably not the Allfather. Similar,
It's
but
the Raven Queen.
It's the Raven Queen, right?
more than
That
like
raven is
potentially.
the raven.
The Raven Queen is represented
Oh,
by.
thank you for the 500 bits.
Trey's gonna kind of tap the giantess and be like, "Are you sure that's
Thanks,
your
Exiled Ranger.
your old father?"
And thank you, Kat, for cheering as well. Thank you, Gabe, for gifting another sub. Oh my god, y'all are awesome. What was the question?
Oh, he's gonna like kind of tap the giantess and be like, "Are you sure that's your real father?"
That's not the alpha.
This is
Is
Raven.
anyone gonna say anything to Allery, or is Allery just preparing this body in here as best he knows how for a funeral pyre?
I don't know what's going on. I just know the Raven Queen is here. Or does a Raven?
I'm really confused.
Now I need everyone to make a perception check.
Oh, jeez.
Fuck. Fuck you, roll 20. I'm using my actual dice.
I am turning off my concentration because the bitch dead. I don't need to hold concentration for sleep anymore.
At least you guys did it with sleep.
I'm glad that sleep worked because the last one didn't really work well.
Yeah. Didn't you try put Trey to sleep at one point?
Yeah, but it failed.
Good.
It failed.
Trey would have hated you.
It's okay. It failed. It's fine.
Man, you see everything, don't you, dude?
Dune, you look up at Dune and Allery. Together, you look up at the night sky, and the moon has been eclipsed entirely.
Eclipse?
Yes. And there is just darkness above you. And the fire slowly begins to flicker. And you see this kind of glowing outline on the eclipsed moon above you. The stars still shine behind it, but the moon begins to glow with this kind of pale gold, wispy outline that just swirls around it, and there's this outline that just begins to appear above you, and you're just mesmerized by it. And it just begins to... This is happening above you, and you're just mesmerized. You have control of your faculties, but it's strange, but you notice that the moon has been eclipsed, and there is this outline of a figure that is just kind of shimmering in the moon that appears to be descending towards the campsite.
Oh. That's scary.
Why
I'm
is
gonna
she
be like,
taking
oh, look at that. That's weird.
That's suspicious.
And
That's suspicious. That's weird.
you look, and the raven is gone.
Oh.
Is
But-
the figure still descending?
Yes, and there is this figure descending from the moon.
That fucking damn it, can she hurry up?
What do y'all do?
I guess watch the figure approach, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Allery probably hasn't seen it. Allery is finishing preparing the
What
body.
is the figure?
well, I mean, Dune pointed it out.
Eventually,
Yeah.
there is what appears to
I'm
be
so
just
close
shadowy...
to, the frost giant here.
shadowy ravens. The frost giant now is just completely prostrating herself. She refuses to believe that this is not a sign from the Allfather, as this figure begins to slowly start to swirl, and these dark shadows just swirl and just shoot down towards you at rapid speed before they start to swirl around the camp. The fire goes out completely, and these swirling shadows are rapidly engulfing all of you and causing this wind in your hair all just begins to billow. And Allery, you do notice at this point as you emerge with the body, and there are these swirling shadows, and you hear the cawing of ravens kind of echoing through the evening as you emerge from the tent into almost pitch blackness, just these small wisps of gold just flashing in the light.
Holy hell, is this what happens when you kill a Yuan-Ti?
And slowly the shadows begin to converge around a center point and form an angelic figure that levitates just a few feet from the ground.
Oh, Dune's gonna drop to his knees.
And this figure in shadows just appears before you, and it's hard to really make out her visage, but her wings just begin to spread. Her blackened wings and her black armor, and she's just kind of glowing so slightly, and it's hard again to make out her visage. And she just kind of begins to levitate towards the center here. And again, your frost giant friend is just completely prostrating and stops in the center and turns back to Reese and puts a hand on your shoulder. Is anyone doing anything as this is happening?
I'm shaking on the ground.
Allery, the cosmic war criminal who was trying to just perform some funeral rites, is gonna like scooch around her, like, excuse me, pardon me.
He's gonna go and help with the body.
I'm just like fucking staring this deity in the eyes right now. I'm like, what is going on?
Okay, so you're locking eyes with her?
Yeah.
All right. And as you lock eyes with this entity, the shadowy entity of ravens, you just feel a warmth and a familiarity just echo and ripple through you. And you feel sadness and peace and love, joy, vengeance at the same time. And without moving her lips, she communicates with you and you alone. She says, "My child, I have had enough from these mortals. They upset the balance." And her voice kind of echoes, so it's kind of like, these forces have upset the balance. Kind of like that echo to her voice.
Yeah.
And it just kind of, and you just kind of look and you're mesmerized completely, and Reese is just completely almost gone. Not limp, but is just completely mesmerized. I will not.
Reese is probably crying without even like
You
realizing.
are, yeah, like a tear just drops from her down her cheek.
So sad Elena's dead.
This one group of mortals, I refuse to acknowledge their sacrilege. You must not believe their forked tongues. They are more snakes than the snake you slaughtered. My child. Those who desecrated and defiled you as a child are here in the jungles. I'll find your vengeance, and you will find divinity in flight once more. You have my blessing, child of the night. She just extends a hand as the shadowy energy just extends towards Elena. These shadowy tendrils almost taking the shape of thousands of ravens cawing as this deafening chorus of raven caws just echoes through the campsite and start to surround Elena. And as they do, she kind of speaks for all of you and says, "These humans, these snakes, you must kill them all. I
Already
grant
playing on a
you
glove. Cool.
this blessing. The Queen of Ravens. And at that, you hear Elena just. And she says.
Sword.
And the shadows still surround Elena, and her hand is still out, and her eyes are just black. This raven deity's eyes are just black, and these ravens are still swirling around the campsite, cawing. And he just drop her on the ground. It's off with a thud, and she says, "My scope is limited. She has a task to complete. When it is done, I will come to claim her. My champion, Vanya, awaits us. Awaits you all, allies and friends of the Raven Queen in the great beyond. In the meantime, this one will serve as my champion. By her side, she turns back to Reese. You, my child, have your whole life to live, but do so with my blessing. When you have earned your rest, we will meet again. Do not trust the snakes. These 6 mortals will be the ruin of everything. And the ravens just coalesce, and you just hear, this cacophony of ravens as they all just, the shadows coalesce into one single spot and just up back into the sky.
Reese, after she leaves, probably just drops to her knees and is like sobbing a little bit.
And all of you watch Reese sobbing as a single black feather just falls from the sky, slowly drifting, and it lands on her left shoulder.
Oh my god.
You're weeping. You're weeping. You got Emily.
You almost got me. Oh my god.
I'd have been me if my internet hadn't crashed.
Oh no. Trey's just gonna kind of gallery now. I was like, I thought Vecna was dramatic.
Like, oh, and they wanted to complain about us going into the spooky book lands.
And you
Cried
can
on the tablet.
see that on the ground as Elena just slowly gets back up onto one knee and kind of drops and buckles under the recent trauma. Her wounds slowly beginning to heal, these horrific scars on her face kind of closing, and on her throat as well, just slowly, this black shadow permeates from them. You can see almost these claw-like shapes on her hands, and she kind of looks up at all of you with black eyes, horrified, as if reliving that moment of terror. And as she does, these black wings just unfurl from behind her. And all of you can still see that this, as the feather from Reese's shoulder just kind of lingers on her shoulder, the texture matches that of Elena's feathers.
Are you alive?
She just... I don't know. I'm not supposed to be here.
Do you still possess all the knowledge, or are you
What's happening here? Do you understand what you are?
Elena was my name.
Oh.
Did you change name? In the 5 minutes you were out or something?
I don't think she's actually herself anymore.
Can I
5
use divine
minutes.
sense? Can I use divine sense to see if she's undead?
Yeah,
If she would like
sure.
count as undead?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
She does not count as undead. And she says, 5 minutes.
Yeah, give or take, and he's gonna approach kind of.
Does she?
I've
that
been...
does that does give him the ability to know that she's celestial, though.
Yes. Yeah, she does. What she is, you are able to determine that she is an Aasimar. Obviously. But you're able to confirm that. Aasimar is still what's ringing within you. And as she says, I've been dead for eons.
Yeah, you were alive just a few seconds ago. Come on.
What's your
You're
name?
not dead.
From the ground, Reese
Elena.
says the raven. Reese says in first in celestial. The Raven Queen saw fit that Elena still had a job to do, and will come for her soul once the job is done, and then realizes that she said it in celestial, not in common, and then repeats herself.
And then
Well,
Elena
that's
looks
just-
Elena looks back up and says, yes, I remember now. I was killed by Force Grey. We were on a quest for the Soulmonger.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The ring.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Oh,
kind of
that's true.
slumps back down and her eyes return to normal. As her wings
It's here.
slowly...
Forgot the giant's
Fold
here.
back.
The giant can hear.
That's okay. The giant thinks you're all also on a quest to find the ring, and she just expects you to give it to her.
Although now we don't have to worry about betraying the giant.
And she just kind of slumps back against the side of the tent and puts her hand and says, I have a splitting headache.
You should definitely sleep.
Yeah.
Also, Allery's gonna look to Hela and say, does the jungle usually do this?
Nope, and I've had just about enough of the jungle for an entire lifetime, so I'm just going to chug back a couple of pints of whiskey and pretend like none of this happened, and I'll see you in the morning. I'm just gonna hop back into my bedroll here and just kind of... Yep. I'm not having any of this shite, so I'll just I'll see you in the morning.
You know
Well,
what?
good night.
I feel like that's it for my watch.
Yep, and
before everyone kind of goes, it's like, Ravania,
Can we?
is there?
So,
Is no one gonna talk about the name that the other one mentioned? Ravania? Anyone know what the hell that means?
Elena says, nods just from the tent, still rubbing her temples. She's a member of the Black Sun, warlock, practitioner and champion of the Raven Queen. I'm a follower, but in my own way, as a paladin. She was...
Are you sure?
Yes. She's a member, of the Black Sun, as am I, but... What about her?
He's gonna look at Elena, look at Reese, and be like, I think the lady broke her. She broke.
Who broke? Which
Elena.
one broke? They both broke.
Elena broke.
They both broke.
Well, Reese is still Reese. Elena's just fucked up.
I'll tell you what, we're gonna not deal with this tonight. I'm exhausted.
Reed probably needs a nap. Cuddle, which I assume Nim can give pretty well.
Nim's gonna ask the frost giant if she can take the last watch and watch over us.
I would be happy to protect. I would be happy to protect the camp in the name of this blessing of the Allfather.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's the Raven Queen, but okay, Queen.
Anybody who tries to say anything else, Nim's just gonna be like.
That has the same energy of like, oh yeah, I can't wait for summer. I'm gonna tell him, don't you dare. Trey's gonna approach Reese and give her like an Allosaurus jerky and was like, food helps, I think. I don't know.
Nim's also gonna give some tej inside the tent.
Valerie is going to kind of squat in front of Reese and say, if you need to talk, I'm available. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah, Valerie and I made it out alive. The Raven Queen is just child's play.
The Raven Queen is just another cosmic war debt.
And then,
We're all gonna make it out okay.
And then Nim's just
I'm like, a cosmic war? You know what?
There's some
I can't
tej
deal with
and
that
some
right now.
platonic cuddles in this tent for you, if you want them both.
Reese is like, a cosmic war? No, I can't deal with that right now.
Come with me. Just
We'll
come with me.
We'll fill
And
you
just
in the morning.
fully walks away.
Trey just
But she does take the Allosaurus jerky.
Okay.
She also is being very careful. She grabs the feather from her shoulder,
All right.
kind of cradling it very carefully.
All right.
Trey just kind of chuckles and just walks towards Allery and is like, wow, champions just keep popping up, huh?
Oh, this is... Well, to be fair, of all of the, cosmic entities, I think that one's the most neutral. That's just death.
If
Yours is, death to the evil, and mine is, nightmares to the evil. Right? That one's just death.
there.
I feel like...
Cannot believe
neutral level.
I just got championed right now.
Welcome to the club. Join the club.
Welcome to the
God.
club.
Yeah, my D&D campaigns are I want people to feel epic. I want you know what I mean? Maybe not right at the beginning. Obviously you have to get stronger because Force Grey could have technically TPK'd everyone.
Yeah, I was terrified.
Yes.
As soon as Eryn was like, oh yeah, usually it's Centaurum, and it's like, oh, but because you're Centaurum, it's not gonna be you're lying to you, and I'm like, motherfucker.
So, heard. So what I will say is, as just to wrap up for the evening, as sleep eventually comes to you all have
Long rest?
Yes, long rest.
Oh, thank fuck.
Eventually, you sleep in a little bit later than usual, but
I think Dune wanted to stay up and do third watch with our frost giant friend for a quick moment.
All right.
What'd you want to do?
Dune, are you staying up with the frost giant?
Yeah, Dune has never seen anything as far as a god or a deity or
Nim is watching you.
This is me looking at you.
Lord, but that's they don't really do anything with the cat lord, and so he's pretty shaken and emotional and shakily drinking tej by the fire.
All right. Well, eventually you all have the same dream, and we can. I know. We have an iPad battery running low, so. What I will say is eventually you all do have the same dream. As sleep finds you, you see yourself in an open field of bodies. A war-torn field. There is silver and gold armor strewn about the field, mixed in with black and gold leather armor and brown and red and silver armor. Different that you recognize as the Zentilar. And one figure from the Zentilar remains standing in the center of the battlefield, larger than the rest. And a figure beside, a female figure beside him with the black leathers and furs, you recognize as a Centaurum agent. And the other gold and silver armor you don't necessarily recognize yet, but it is a massive battlefield. There are ravens and crows circling overhead, perched on trees, old dead trees in this fog and overcast, as this thick fog permeates through this battlefield. And on the very top of a hill, you see the image of a figure that is hooded, carrying a staff, and atop the staff, you see a raven. The raven caws, "Ah!" And behind the raven, just for a second, you see a quick flash of the form of the Raven Queen, just representing the raven, perched atop this staff. And as this figure turns to gaze at all of you who are standing in this battlefield, it points at all of you, and you hear this guttural chant, this rhythmic chant in drums. And this language that none of you... Do any of you speak Giant?
No.
Okay.
No.
A foreign language begin to chant in your ears. And all the ravens on the trees begin to caw. And you hear a howl in the background. A bestial howl that just echoes through your dream and through the night as the figure just continues to point at all of you. And as you inch closer to the figure on the hill, you hear a singular voice kind of echo through all of your minds. Your father is watching. Queen is watching. Ragnarok is coming. And that's
Oh my
where
God,
we're
does this mean you guys started fucking Ragnarok? I cannot believe.
And
House of War Criminals did nothing.
and you hear a voice above you in the thunder. And you hear, the power to stop it lies before you. And a single crack of thunder followed by a bolt of lightning emerges down into the battlefield with a massive explosion as you all just wake at this. Lightning causes this massive explosion in your dreams, and this shockwave that knocks you all back. And at that moment, you're kind of knocked back into your bedrolls like a falling dream. And you all wake up and come to consciousness in the middle of the night after having this dream simultaneously. And a clear sky above you, and a full moon beams down upon the camp. That's where we're going to end the session for tonight.
Motherfucker. Oh, damn.
I'm so glad I didn't have a tentacle dream.
Bro.
I can just fully imagine at this point nothing
Okay.
but ever terrify Trey because of Allery's deity. Like, Trey went through hell for like split seconds, and that was enough.
Well then, everybody have a good night.
All right.
with
Yeah.
that,
I'm a little
I'm
shaken.
out.
What the fuck?
I'm out.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Woo. All right. Well, I'm gonna decompress with the group. So I want to thank everyone. This is the best stream night that we've had in a long time. I'm assuming because if people were engaging and people were chatting and not just dipping out, that the sound issues I think appear to be fixed. So I will take that as a sign that we are good to go, and I will, if everything works out with the sound, which I think it does, we will take this video and pop it on YouTube, and this will be episode 1, the episode 1 Redux of the Crystal Coven Chimeras Dungeons & Dragons Tomb of Annihilation X Homebrew podcast, which I'm very excited about.
Oh, that's very fucking exciting.
Yes. So,
dude.
yeah. All right. So I'm excited. So, okay, great. Queen Kaya, thank you. All right. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Kaya, thank you for finding that out, because we've been having really intense sound issues over the past several sessions, and considering that we'll get a couple of people to pop in and then they'll leave, a couple of pop in and leave, and just really the other players in our D&D groups are listening, was making me think, like, what's going on? It was my fault. My sound was all messed up, so thank you for confirming. Yes, that emoji. I'm happy that we finally got that fixed. So, thank you, everyone. As everyone is thoroughly shook, I'm going to go, like I said, decompress with the squad for a bit. And I thank all of you for joining us and hanging out with us tonight. This has been the most successful stream we've ever had. So kudos to all of you. It wouldn't be possible without the Crystal Coven Chimeras. You're all amazing. And thanks for everyone that got to tune in for episode 1 of The Gasps. The episode 1 Redux with all of this big epic shenanigans, all these big epic shenanigans. So
We getting champions?
yes, we will. Exiled Ranger in the chat said group patrons, so who knows?
Yay.
Group patrons, y'all. That's a thing. It's a thing, and Tasha's called it everything. So so look out for the next episode, which will be the episode 2 of the Redux. And also for the video on YouTube, and I'll put all of your art channels in the description as well, crediting all the music for tonight's session as well. And also our next episode of the podcast proper on Candlekeep Mystery should be released on YouTube this weekend. We already filmed it and recorded it, so I just gotta edit it and slap it on the YouTubes, and look out for our Candlekeep Mysteries review as well, because that is also coming. So thank you, everyone, again for hanging out with us, and we will see you in 2 Saturdays again after the long rest to deal with the ramifications of group patrons and things of that nature moving forward. And yeah, that's it. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Stay awesome, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Mwah. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Respectfully, I am in tears.
Going for gasps. I hope they are good tears. All right, so cameras are gone, so we're gonna peace out, and we love you all. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Bye, everybody.
Well, no, that's